Hello, good afternoon and welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It is Tuesday, 20th of December 2022. We're back to Grid City to play more City Skylines and carry on from where we were, which I think was in a good place last time, so I am looking forward to getting stuck in. Should be quite a long one today. We'll aim for a finish around 10 PM GMT as we have been so far, and while I've not done one that long in cities before. This is the only cities stream that I can fit in this week, so I'd like to do quite a lot today. But we'll see how we get on. Let's hop back into the city and catch up with where we were. I have downloaded a few more mods, so you'll see a few extra buttons around the edges of the screen for those, but that does mean we'll be revisiting all of the intersections again at some point to not completely redo them, but to work on them again. So if you enjoyed me staring at intersections, mumbling numbers to myself before, then we'll have a lot more of that as well. I think we can unpause safely. From what I remember, everything's quite stable. Income's good. We're ready to build into the bottom residential zone. These complaints should sort themselves out with a bit more time. I think we were just not quite finished underground, were we? Yes, we've got road tunnels for the buses and garbage trucks in place on these two, but we need to put them onto the last one. And then we were just working out how we were going to get the metro to come across to the industrial area, which yeah, that's still going to take some working out. How it crosses over with the other tunnel is the issue. So let's put in the road tunnel to the south where it's needed, and then work out how we fit the metro around that, I suppose. So we are 4-lane road, 4-lane 2-way road, okay. That one, I don't think that's got a median in the middle. That one, right? Yeah, 4-lane road. Or the smaller size, and that goes 10 units away. That's not right. Something's not the same there, even though we lined that road up nicely. It shouldn't be there. There's 3 blocks in between them, so this one should be here. Oops. So yeah, we should take that one out. Bit of a shame. This means that this nice central part of the industrial isn't in a straight line to the rest, but it's not a big deal. You know, we've got 2 junctions instead of 1. I'd rather have these tunnels coming off the residential in the right area, so better that way. And then on this square, same logic, so it comes out here and 1, 2, 3 squares away. Apologies that I'm still coughing away. I can hear myself doing it there, which is, we're just still fighting this winter cold. That goes out to there and then all the way over and up to join there. Could have a problem here then. We don't want to actually join that road because it will create a weird junction. This is ultimately moving further south So whatever we do is kind of temporary. Bring it up earlier. Really. So one has to go further down, and doing that on the curve is going to be awkward, so we'll just try and send this one under for now. Some vaguely sensible way, and then when we move this junction over we can raise this a little bit back up. That'll do for now, it's at least connected. Do need to make sure we use the mod to restrict the vehicles. These new roads, because interesting. Appear to have not loaded through properly on the save. That's all okay. Just a bit that it's a bit that I changed, of course it is. So those are the settings we want. Let's apply them. It's only gone up to here. It's okay. So no cars, no taxis, no trucks. Apply that everywhere. We should still have buses, garbage trucks and emergency vehicles. Yep, that's correct. Let's apply that everywhere. It's all the way down to there. This is upside down. The car is at the bottom, okay. Bit weird. I've done, yeah, I've done the right. No, I haven't. Want buses, we don't want taxis. Buses, though, yeah, that's all okay. All the way down to there, good. And then we'll do the same here. This offshoot as well. It's fine. This bit was also changed though, so we want... They shouldn't try because they can't actually get anywhere, but we'll ban here as well. Up to that junction and yeah, that's right, this road as well. Don't want too many trucks cutting through the middle there, we want them to use the ring road. Good, so that's those tunnels. We will just need to sort that one that's under there out later. Now we can put the metro loop in to the last square and then we'll see how we connect that up. Let's start by doing the loop. So they go those sections and then more central. So that one. Something wrong, slope too steep, okay. I need to come back to that then. Let's do this side. There and there, I think. Yeah, that's right. And there. Okay, so what's the problem on this side? Slope too steep. Oh, I see. Just about to see the texture there is cliff, not grass. Use landscaping. Can we just... didn't know this mod would affect this. This works. That is way too strong. Okay. It's a bit strong. Let's cut that down again. Just want to get stretch along the edge here where this grass is level with the road. I think I will remove the power, so we're going to need to pause to do that. Why can I not? Maybe another mod that I've downloaded that's causing this not to behave right. No, like special buttons somewhere that says, that's why I was underground. These shouldn't be necessary anymore because I've but I got a mod that means electricity is carried on roads, because that's, I mean, it's what you do in the real world, is you run electrical cables underneath roads or pavements and sidewalks. So I might check in on that as we're reconnecting that up to see if it is doing what I expect. But let's sort this this ground levelling out first. So one needs to go here. Ground is very uneven. Not sure how we're going to do that really. We might need to take the road away as well. The other one goes here. Try and, yeah, level that better somehow. This could be a mess. We'll give it a go. Just very gentle as it will let us. Come back with a smaller brush to shrink it again. Where the peaks come out. Yeah, shrink that down. Try and drop this peak. The easiest tools to use. I think I've said that before. A bit fiddly to get level. Then again, when you place the buildings, they do auto level a bit, so I guess we don't really need to get it spot on. There's a big flat patch where the actual building's going, and then this is another one. Let's try and just get this a bit more level, and then try rebuilding the roads and the metro station and see if we're close enough. So road, this is 6-lane with bus lane and trees. Sure, if we're going to fit that in, let's give it, no, it's like too steep. That one's pretty close, just one square to the left is okay, that one's not. And here, 2 squares over, so it's kind of over by this junction, needs sorting out. Take more of the road away and try it again. Bigger brush, but still gentle. Might mean that some of the buildings within the squares can't be built, but let's deal with that. Needed more. Extended the whole plateau, as it were. Let's drop the brush size back down and tidy up the peaks. This last level here, top level's a bit high. Need that ridge up as well while we're here. Try to. It's better. Let's put those roads back in. See if we can get those metro stations put in. That one's good. That one's good. Perfect. Okay. So we just need to, reconnect power to waste treatment. So yeah, that is showing power coming through the road network, I guess. That's why the roads are blue. We can do away with things like this. Yeah, I'm not so happy with that. Shouldn't be carried under the highways. In that you don't generally put cables. Well, I suppose you do run power down highways in order to power the gantries and stuff like that. You'd usually have a high voltage power line running alongside it to actually get electricity to places. The tunnels, maybe we say the power runs through the tunnels. That makes sense. So yeah, all of these random, because these overhead lines, the reason I wanted them on is these overhead lines are kind of in the way and prevent building of structures along the edge of these roads, so it just seems silly to have it like that when in the real world those poles don't get in the way. That and these bits as well. All we need is little options to actually connect buildings that aren't on the grid, so water supplies, sewerage. That's it, the ones on the river edge. Demolish all of the ones that we've got around the edge of all these residential areas. Not needed. Don't really have anything from a cosmetic point of view either. There. It's a little bit here. Okay, so how do we then connect sewerage here? The road doesn't emit a power zone. Even the zoned buildings don't. They just about cross, so I'm not sure if a pylon there would be enough once we built it out. I guess we can use the metro stations because they're there. Shame we can't get a 50 unit stretch in there. Go for 49. That should connect it up, and then when that road is refreshed when we unpause, which we can do now. No. Make sure this one's connected and then we can unpause. So, okay. Power is extending down that road. Sorry. Which means the metro's powered, which means that blue grid is okay. No. Complaining about lack of power. Why? These ones are powered okay. They just need a minute. This one's okay. I guess it's got the actual buildings to connect via anyway. People complaining about sewerage. Yeah, okay, so there is a problem here for some reason. Mod is not powering it how I would expect, so let's put in the cables that connect it to one that says it's powered. There we go, no problem anymore. Interesting. So why is that not powered? Not enough electricity? 480 to the 380 required, so we're not short on the production side. Don't know what's causing that. Confused. Let's give it a little time and see if it works, or maybe if we replace it. See if it works this time. While we're down here, let's put the tunnels in. Remember these corners, I think it was like 12 units. Here's a snap point, that's 13, okay. And that's 12, so they're slightly different, yeah I remember now. Different corners are slightly different even though they shouldn't be. Never mind. 12 unit 1. It's a 13. So that's that. Still not got power. Is it just a distance thing? I mean, the road is blue, so I don't know why there would be a problem, but let's just put cabling between them to fix the problem for now, at least. Then I'll take it away. Is it going to complain? Yes. Which I assume means it's unpowered. Yeah, there we go, there's a complaint. Don't know the cause for that, but I'm just hoping that once we actually zone this out and the buildings crop up, we'll be able to take those cables away. And then it'll all be tidy and neat and the same as it should be. Okay, so that was the underground road tunnels are built. One needs editing later, which we mustn't forget. And then the metro line under this part of town is done. But we need to connect it in like we have here with the route that's going to go over to the industrial. So it's bottom left station, come in and out. I'm pretty sure that is 45-degree angle or a, yeah, 45. It's 14 minutes long. Why don't we continue this way first? Then we can join from here to here. Not 45, but very close. There's 14 units, there's 46 degree. I'm sure that'll be fine. Like so. Okay. I'm kind of, I want to mirror this corner, really. There's the actual, where the corner starts. Can't quite get that to snap. It's a little bit off. It's on that square, and this is slightly beyond it, so it's been... Oh, there we go. That time it just snapped, for whatever reason. So was this corner a 12 or a 13? This was a 13 down, 12 across, for whatever reason. 13 down, but 12 across. Disable that snapping guideline, I think. Yeah, okay. That's a mirror of that corner. And then we want, so the same kind of thing right at the top end, I guess. Well, not right at the top end, okay. Because this tunnel will get in the way of that, so we want to do it earlier. But we want to get under this tunnel before we do it, I guess. Otherwise we have to do something silly over here to get under or over it. Which, yeah, that'd be so best to get under there. Maybe if we line up with here and then do a 12 unit corner, or that's close enough to what the others are. We can just about get this corner done before that tunnel, which is excellent. So let's go. Want to be parallel to this, but again we're moving that later, so we don't really need to plan around it. We can go, I guess, distance here is 10 units. Yeah, so if we were 10 units away from the road tunnel, that would be sensible. Because here, can't get a snap point to make sure that's right. I mean, that looks right. Is it? No. That is, it's 10 units away in both spots. Okay, so just want the corner to be even, I guess. If we get this straight to there and then do a 10 unit corner. Doesn't really fit the pattern. Everywhere else we're doing 12 or 13 unit corners, so this to finish. Let's go with 12 units, so 2 units before there. 12 units out, 12 units up. That would be roughly equal stuff. This is letting us go under there. Interesting. I'd have thought they would collide like that. I see. That road tunnel starts coming up just early enough to fit the train underneath it, I guess. Good. Makes it easy. This top end we want the same kind of thing, so if we snap to the end of the road and then go 2 units back, then do a 12 unit corner. Straight line all the way down to here. We don't need to worry about this tunnel because we've got the 2 lines are going to come in from over here. So we bring those over and line them up. And we'll do 12 unit corners joining these as well. Just need to trim that back a bit, I think. And those as well, they're a bit too close. So it needs to There's the guideline, which is a 22 unit. We want to stop 12 away, so we go forward 10. 12 unit corner should line up. Do that same thing on this side, so that distance is 22 as well. So in forward, then a 12 unit corner. Join them. So we now should have train loop. We've got the above ground station here. They're going clockwise. Well, they can run both ways, I guess. Yeah, so they follow the track up here. And around and under that tunnel. Come into this station, pick some people up, come out back onto the track. In and out again. In and out again, and around they go. I guess we've got the option with this kind of bypass rail to have 3 trains, 3 circuits, 1 for each residential area. Just whether this station can handle that many trains. I don't know if there's really a limit on that. Will they have to wait, perhaps? You just do 1 circuit that does all 3 stops with additional trains on it. I guess that'd be harder to micromanage, like how many trains each residential sector needs. If you've just got like 1 loop with 12 trains, they're all stopping in every single one. Or you could have 4 trains that stop in each, but then like the bottom one doesn't need 4, they only need 3, then we could reduce that and have fewer trains around. Whereas reducing the total number from 12 to 11 might not have the desired effect. I don't know. For simplicity's sake, I think we'll do 1 clockwise and 1 counterclockwise loop and see how that goes for a while. So they'll be starting in industrial and then going north, central. Interesting. Why isn't that clicking? That one's a stop. Won't add a stop. This one should. No, that won't add one either. Crazy. A new line there. The next stop is here, which is acceptable. Then here, which is not. Why would that happen? It's telling me it can't find a route. Therefore, there's a problem with this junction. If we build a similar one a little further along. Pick up green route. Add a stop down here, which it lets us do. Okay, and then presumably it's not going to let me put this in. No. Okay, let's wipe that route out. So this didn't work. The tunnel coming into the station was acceptable, but this tunnel coming out at the front of the station isn't. I guess it's too close. I mean, what can we do about that? Line it up with the corner instead, or we can perhaps just move it out by the minimum distance. So if we snap on the end, it didn't like it. The closest we can come is there. I guess it's like 2 units away would be my guess. It doesn't like that either. We need a different arbitrary distance. If we come 4 units away, that one it's happier with. Can we come 4 units away down here as well? Let's just build it. Let's do the last one and then see whether it lets us put the stops in. this one. Snap points are not really what I want. So where that corner starts, we kind of want to go a bit further to get closer to 45 degrees, but we can't. Let's hope 48 degrees is okay. Okay, so if we are trying again, start over here, stop off in this station, stop off in this one, no. Let us do it, why not? What if we go the other way? Start at that station, then come here first. Won't let us do that. Interesting, so there's something wrong in the other direction as well. So that junction is it's just not happy with the angle or the corner or whatever. So what if we do that different? I mean, this one we can. No, I won't let you do that. Split that into like a Y. It has to be a 45-degree angle. So that could be the problem. The angle between those is not good enough. Let's take this corner away. That is perhaps the issue, and we'll come down another 10 units before we do it. See if that extra room gives us anything to play with. Reconnected, that's fine. And then if we try that again, where was it, 4 units away, and actually get 45 degrees this time. Can we go from industrial to this station counterclockwise? Yes. It's just happier about that, whatever that was. Can we do the full loop? So clockwise up to here, into there, no. Into here. Not from the north. It would double back on itself, so there is still something wrong. Presumably with this junction right here. Let's wipe that route out and redo this time. We were 4 units away and then join, but is the problem that those angles are 46 degrees and they need to be 45. I mean, you can make them 43. That's the next available option on the snap. Stop there, there, and then here. It'll now do it, but only by doubling back on itself. Okay. So the angle needs to be less than 45, so the problem is presumably one of these two not being 45. So let's try them at 43.8. Start in the industrial, stop in the northern residential, then double back on itself. Okay. Then this is not a happy angle. 4 degrees, 4 units away to play with. Try the 43 angle there as well. Okay. We've burnt through all of our cash reserves. Building tunnels. Speed time up. We're making a okay amount of money, so just going to need to let time run for a while. Didn't even notice that I was spending money. Okay, that is still not quite there. So we can get from the north residential to the central residential fine. Then it doubles back on itself, which means one of these angles or these angles is a problem. Just redo this one while we're here. 43.8 degrees. What is this one? Doesn't give us a readout. Units away, and then 43 degrees. Should I move? Kind of inclined to move the top ones 4 units away as well anyway, for the sake of symmetry. I think I'll do that. I like symmetry. So 4 units from there, and then 43 degrees. 4 units from there, and then 43 degrees. It's from here. And 45 degrees exactly, I think, is good. So the route will be industrial, northern residential, central residential, southern residential, and back to industrial. And it doesn't double back on itself anywhere, it does it how it should. It's wonderful to see. We can then start a new route that goes counterclockwise. And that one, I'm guessing, doesn't double back. We need to change the colours so I can check it. I guess it's 7 and 8. Let's. What colours aren't we using? Teal, pink, and orange are available. A bit more orangey, so it's obvious. Yeah, they're flowing. They're flowing how they should be flowing. Great. So the only that's the metro join from one side to the other. So I can disable the bus ones because I don't really want them. I think it's 1 and 2. Yeah. Remove bus line 1 and bus line 2. Which, yeah, of course, makes some people unhappy because I don't have as much bus coverage, but everyone can now get onto the metro of their residential zone, get off at the stop that has the transit, and then take the metro over to work. All we need to do is we need to consider how the bus routes within the industrial interact with that. So at the moment we've got them split in half. So here, for example, the bus route, the pink does the top half and the blue does the bottom half. They used to meet with the transit bus route coming from residential over here. We now want to meet up here where the trains come in, because that's where the people are going to be. I mean, the walking distance from the station to that stop isn't bad. Not amazing, but it's not bad. Could perhaps do that so that the closer one is doesn't involve crossing the road. It's a minor benefit, but they're going to cross the road anyway, so, you know, you can't control the AI in this game. And then that one is, like, the same. So, let's just make all them equidistant for the sake of my brain. And yeah, so that's not, I mean, that's not bad. We could add extra stops in this area so that they're even closer. They're not walking as far, but I do think that's close enough. So the problem is that the blue line and when we expand the purple line in the north don't go anywhere near that. So people will be getting on a bus here on the pink line in order to get off here and swap onto the blue line. That's not ideal. I want to change the orientation of these bus lines so that it's east and west, not north and south. One bus route will run down the left-hand side and one down the right-hand side, and they'll all meet at the top, close to where the trains come in. That's my preference, so let's sort that out. It's probably easiest done by pausing, deleting them all and starting again. Rather than trying to juggle things around. Okay, so start there. Stop in every block down the left-hand side. Then do we come back up the central road? Or no, I don't think so. I think the central road stays empty. People walk across. We just do the loop on the edge. That's a bit... That one wants to go like that, really. Unless we make them walk further from there to here. It's okay, let's put in the other side so we can see how they look. They all stop there. Then there and here. We'll get into a mirror of the other one and then to change the colour of one of them so that I can see the difference. Average isn't bad. I mean, it's good enough. They'll walk from any of those stops to anywhere they need to go. Might be nicer if they went up the middle and the edge. Could do a wiggle if that stop would move here, and then add another stop there, kind of thing. The other side could do similar or zigzaggy type thing if we put your stop. Oh, they're coming up, so move you here and stop here, I guess, and then move you around the corner. No. Yeah, move around the corner to there. Extra stop in. Going crazy already. There. You move around to there. No. Yeah, that's right. And then that one moves up. There. No, it doesn't quite interlace in the way I had my mind. They get sent around in circles, so mirror it instead. Is that right? That's right. That's the mirror. Well, that's not bad, actually. If we actually move those into there. So they're not like, you don't have the blue stops and the red stops literally next door to each other, because then it's like, well, which one do you take? Which route? There's no advantage to one over the other. Whereas you want people who work on the right half to take the blue route. That one down. Missing from here, and then that should be over one anyway. Is unnecessary because of the other stops in that area. So that would be mirrored and nicely distanced stops, and everything within a very close walking distance really, so that's kind of nice. I like that. That's good. And then we've got stops that are next to where the trains come in, like a very short walking distance, so that would be good, I think. So we need to now mirror that in the northern industrial sector. So new route starts there. Why is that different? It's different because it's a mirror, I guess. So do we start? Because we drive on the right, so it's fine. You just need, the next stop will be there, then round the corner, and then corner. That, and then the last one, yeah, they cut the corner off a bit, round on the straight. And there's one there, because one like that, yeah, then round on the straight, stopping on every square. Yeah, further point. Doesn't have to be a literal mirror, but that's just how my brain works. And that one there to join there. So that's that blue one's a mirror of that red one. We just want to put in the mirror of this blue one. Interesting, one's going to be going kind of in a clockwise and one's going to be going in a kind of counterclockwise. That could be positive. Left side, right side, I mean. This one goes down the side first. And then is like a mirror of this, so that goes there, then there. Rejoins the top. Good. Okay, so that all needs recolouring. One is in red, two is in blue, 3 can be yellow, 4 can be green. Good, so those are the only bus routes now, the ones that take people to their workplace in the industrial sector. All of the shuttles to get from residential to work is done by train, which is going to be faster, I think, and at least has much better capacity. We may need to split that out, so it's 2 routes at the moment, clockwise and counterclockwise. We may want a third route, so we just have one that goes to the top. Maybe we want some kind of cut across here to bring it back quicker. A separate one for the middle and perhaps cut across here. A separate one for the south with the same. So yeah, I think it's fine how it is at the moment, but depending on throughput needed, we'll see how it goes. Let's just increase the number of trains to begin with anyway. So let's rename these because I'm starting to get so many I'm losing track. This is Ivy clockwise loop. Red is Ivy counterclockwise. Blue is evergreen counterclockwise. Green is evergreen clockwise. We haven't put the loops in the bottom yet. Okay, so 7 is, let's call it a shuttle. Goes from residential to industrial. That is clockwise. And orange is shuttle counterclockwise. It's already got 3 vehicles. Interesting. It must just be from the size of it. The default must be 3. It's running that long. There's already 2,000 people to carry, so we're going to need more than 3. 15 is the max. That's probably overkill. Let's go with 9 to start with. The bare minimum, so 270%. And as ever, the counterclockwise loop doing exactly the same thing has fewer passengers. Let's give them 9 trains anyway, in case that goes back up. Or they flip around as they have done before. Clockwise becomes less busy than counterclockwise or whatever. Okay, that's fine. Paused because I took the buses away. I've put the buses back so we can unpause. We will just need to check in a short amount of time and see if we need to add more buses to those routes. Default might not be enough. We shall see. Right, so that's all. What we were halfway through at the end of the last stream is now finished. We just have this little tunnel overlap that needs fixing after we move this intersection away. So that's to be done once we've bought the square to the southeast here, which we will be able to do when we hit 36,000 people. And we are currently approaching 28,000. I think most of these are now, they're reaching their top development level, having had the education running for some time. So we are almost ready to fill in the district to the south, which we haven't even painted in yet. So let's check if there are any more gaps in the. I think we've filled everything in here. Yeah, that's good. So yeah, let's paint this district in. This one also needs extending. Oops. That's Ivy Heights and Evergreen Heights are fine. Highland Heights and Belmont Heights are okay. Let's start the next one. What's the betting? It's something Heights. We don't have that bottom road. We must remember to put that in when we buy the square as well. Too far. Let's fill in the middle. Pleasant Hills, okay, not Heights. Fine. So yeah, we want to apply policies. No, it's doing that thing with the UI. Let's try again later. I did do water, yeah, that's fine. Didn't forget that for once. We need the metro loops, might as well. I know it costs money, but we've got some to spare, so we might as well put them in. Heading clockwise. Heading counterclockwise. Need to recolour those as well. Colour haven't we used? Got pink but not purple. Distinguished from blue. Good, yeah, that's clear enough. And then I think I'm out of colour ideas. Cyan maybe? Yeah, that's good. That's good on my eyes. Well, not. It's ugly, but it's clear that it's different. Just want to rename them. So purple is pleasant clockwise, cyan is pleasant counterclockwise, and then they want 9 vehicles. I don't need them at the moment, but they're going to. That is not right. Am I silly? Ah, the shuttles are the 9 vehicles, the others want 2 vehicles. Okay. Minimum for that is about 110%. There we go. Good. So we are in a position to start zoning it in. We're going to need services as we do that, so we can do all of the service buildings, I guess, and then get zoning. It'll impact our income for a while, but too long. So what have we got? Medical clinic goes here. Then hospital goes at the other end. Then there's an elder care opposite the hospital, and a child care behind it. The crematoriums are like just south of centre. So centre is the one with the roads, so just below that. Is that right? Next to childcare? No. Something is wrong. Oh, I've mirrored it when we're not supposed to mirror. We are making them all the same, not making them all mirrored. So that one belongs there, that one belongs there. That goes opposite that goes behind it. Then the crematoriums are in the right place, but they need a library in the middle. Yeah. Work our way down. So fire station, the bottom next to here. Police station would go next to it, but we can't afford one. It's been a while since we were short of money. Placing these outlets start zoning some in so they can start moving and developing. So start at the top and do a commercial in the middle, and then residential. Need to leave space for the park and the other odd bits, so I think that's how we zone it in. Yeah, this is the corner where we want to make sure it gets a 4x4 building, because that's only going to be 3 deep. So yeah, like that. There. There's the 60,000 we need for the police, so put that in. I've got coverage of kind of everything-ish. Yeah, the education. I can take the train there, I guess. There's one thing we've not factored in, or I've not factored in. People want to come from Pleasant Hills to Evergreen Heights. They can just hop on the metro, I guess it's going there. They shouldn't want to do it because all the services they want are within walking distance. A small internal bus route could be worth having. It just goes in a circle around the middle. People will walk a long way, but anything that encourages them not to use a car would be good. Okay, what are we saving up for next? Put the education into place, I guess. We need a couple of elementary schools. No, we need 6 elementary schools. 3 high schools. A university and a public library. 60 plus 72, 132, 207, 229,000 is needed. You have to just keep running at full speed for a while to save up the cash. Then is that it? I think that's it. Education's the last. Oh, the parks. They're important. Let's get them in. I think it's a large playground we're using. Yeah, that looks right. Put them into place. At least those top ones. We can wait for a bit more cash before we do the bottom ones, as we've not zoned anything there yet. Having a little traffic problem, yeah. Force. People trying to head out this way off map. It could be worth disconnecting that, in that we don't want people heading off map to come through the middle of town, I guess. We'd prefer if they just stuck on the artery routes. Would increase traffic of this top one. It's an interesting thought in that the entrances into the residential areas are also acting as throughways for the artery, so other than just stopping the road right here, turning it back on itself, that would stop people from trying to cut through, but yeah, I don't know. Traffic problems here as well. I have a plan for changing these with the extra couple of mods that I downloaded ahead of this session. A plan for changing these a little bit. I'm not sure it would have fixed that problem though. People, so joining Linden Highway from William Street, if they know they're coming off at Amanda Roberts Street, they'll stay on the inside lane. And if they know they're not, they're carrying on Linden Highway, then here is where they head for the second lane. They don't join and then move over further along. That's a problem depending on where traffic on Linden Highway that is coming off Amanda Roberts Street makes their decision. What we've seen in a few places is they make the decision at the same point. So you've got people crossing purposes at a single junction, which you want to avoid. It's not bad, I mean, it's not completely jammed up. It's flying again now, so nothing to stress about, but we'll see what we can do. One thing at a time. Let's finish zoning in Pleasant Hills bit by bit. So extra parks put in down the bottom. Let's start with a couple of those elementary schools going in. So the first two are... oh, we've missed something. Oh, that's the high school. Yeah. First two are here. The high school between them. So that's a good start. Let that run for a while. Interesting, people going into the far lane at that junction. Must be, yeah, people going off map. It'd be kind of cool if... I'm not sure I've seen a mod that does it, but... Or is it vanilla gameplay? You can see the route that they're planning on taking? Yes. This guy's planning at this junction to cut in a lane, then over here to cut in again, take the exit and cut over a lane and again, then cut the lanes back again and again. It's interesting. Come off here, go off map here. So if we didn't allow them to cross the bridge here, then he'd just keep going straight, off map, take that junction we're not in control of. It could be preferable. This kind of traffic that's not actually here for our city. Keeping it away from us, maybe, don't know. Well, I guess it could be that he keeps going south down here, don't know. We don't really have a traffic problem, so we don't need to overthink it. Interesting buttons everywhere that I've not seen. Can I... There we go, get my vision back to normal. Bright green commercial buildings, cool. Don't want to over zone green residential because these ones will develop a lot and fit a lot more people in them as they grow, so even though it says there's a high demand for residential, we've got room to grow as we are. I'm not sure there's any harm in zoning all of this at once. Sure, it should be okay. Just zone this whole thing in and leave it. No. It'll be nice to get all the services in place first. So the next two elementary schools are dead centre. Here and here. Is that another high school? Yeah. Between them facing south. The last two are at the bottom in a similar fashion. High school in the middle there. Need a bit more money for. Think about these junctions as well. They're as good as they can be. I'm going to rework this one a little bit. Which might include improving how things take this corner. Sure. Because what I didn't think about at the start was what you typically see in a real city is a junction like that in the middle, not on the edges. Because if this road over to the right hand side could have stuff around it. Wasted space at the moment because of the way that our whole city is designed out, keeping everything separated. It may have been easier if this road had just shot down the middle with a bunch of junctions like this. don't know. It's handling the traffic at the moment very well, so it makes me think that it's an overkill number of junctions, but because we haven't finished zoning the whole thing, there's still a bit of traffic to add. Maybe we could change what we've got at the top here. Because where these are close together is not great, so if we did something different at the top there, it might be good. This encourages people onto the ring road, which is nice. But yeah, maybe we just need to do something between the two junctions there. Redesign that a little bit to just watch them do the crossover, and they've done it really quite quick, so it's not bad. What did we need down here? High school in the middle. Good. We can afford the library, which goes next one up. Just got the university left to build, which is 75 grand. Fine, let's zone in a little more. They're full green ones, let's do them. Let them build for a while. Have we got, yeah, so power, more than enough. Water, more than enough. Incineration, more than enough. Although I hadn't thought of that. The green coverage from the incineration buildings doesn't go all the way to the corners at all. Well, that matters. We're not got any buildings refusing to upgrade because of service coverage. It's just whether, does that mean that the vehicles aren't going to get all the way over there to pick up the rubbish? I mean, they must be, because no one's complaining about build-up, so perhaps might mean we just need more buildings, therefore more vehicles than we typically would. What we can do is move them, but that's not free, I don't think. Yeah, 6 grand, fine. Move them to the start of the tunnel instead of the end of the tunnel. Or some of them. Some of them actually want to be collecting the waste from the industrial areas. These guys at this end, I think there's probably more residential waste than industrial. Guess. Just complaining about not enough workers. We've after residential is stopped, so could be an education problem, but it shouldn't be. Widespread problem, just a few businesses here and there, I guess. These guys are short 14 people, 14 educated people, so it could be an education issue. Could be. It's all fine. Population is growing nicely. Over 30,000, so just 6,000 more to go. Well, before the next step, and then more people beyond that, hopefully. I'm not sure. I mean, every time I'm not playing cities, I think I'm kind of close to the end of this city. I'm not sure if I want to play beyond that. The objectives of having played at this point are well met. I understand the game a lot better. I've had a lot more fun with it than I've ever had before since I started streaming it, so it's been a positive series for sure. And I've not particularly got any other game that I'd like to play more than it. It's a nice game to chill and build road intersections in. So I don't know whether it'll be a case of starting anew. Not seeing how much further we can take this city. We might be able to fit another residential block in the south. Possibly might need some landscaping to fill the riverbed in. The industrial could extend. There's a big mountain here, which is a problem, but the thing about the way that I've built this all separated out, all on the grid and everything like that, is you can't really fill the gaps in very well. There's a lot of wasted space here. Nowhere with any offices either. I've still got that in the back of my mind, that we could do some office park. We haven't built any of the unique buildings, which could be interesting to explore that a little bit before we finish. So I don't know. Some distance to go maybe. Just got the university money. A little extra so we don't go negative. There we go. Good, so that's all the services are in place for down here, so why don't we fill it all in, let it develop itself as it sees fit. I will just leave those, yeah, the little sections around the parks. Make sure we get the ones on the corner that I want. Can fill those gaps in later when all the other buildings have shot up. Expect that all of that will be enough to take our population over the 36, which is great. Hi Elizara, nice to see you again. Did I try fix the traffic scenario? No. Is that like... It's like a scenario is like a pre-existing city or something that you start and then play with. It could be fun. Something like that. Maybe I could possibly be tempted to buy some of the DLCs. There's sales coming up, I might be able to get some for cheap. And there's extra. The DLC have quite a lot of extra content, some of them at least. New buildings to build, new ways to do things, so there could be content to be found in them. Just there's a lot of them and they're quite expensive, so I've been put off it before. Except they have a terrible traffic flow and you have to solve it. That sounds pretty cool. I'll look into that for sure. I do think I might be better at fiddling with things rather than building entire new things. Policy menu has fixed itself. We want recycling, pet ban and free transport. Good. Comes climbing nicely as we expand. There's no demand for anything at the moment. Hoping that when this is fully developed or more developed, we'll get demand for industrial to fill in the last of this. In fact, why don't we zone that in as well? Let it develop when it wants to. Sure we'll need that much, but maybe see how it goes. Good. So yeah, I would expect us to come up short on commercial because we still need to put these in, or I can put some of them in, can't I? Just need to leave about that much for the road that crosses the top. Can do that. Get the DLC that you're excited about. Yeah, I will not be buying the Disaster DLC. Well, I've seen other streamers have this fun like plug-in overlay thing where if you've got the disasters DLC, your chat can click the buttons to make the disasters happen, and I think that's good fun for Twitch, but I would not want to have all of my hard work destroyed by tornadoes and tsunamis, personally. But there are others. I mean, the one of the ones that adds quite a lot of content is the industrial one. So, because we're playing vanilla, I'm able to set Belmont Heights as an oil-producing sector. So we are producing oil products here. But in vanilla, that doesn't mean anything. It just, I think they're worth a bit more money or something like that. If you've got the industry DLC, you can build like specific unique buildings that then interact with that, so you can build like a refinery that turns your oil into whatever, and then you've got like little production chains like that you build unique buildings to operate with, and I guess a lot of the DLCs are like that. They give you like unique specific buildings you can do stuff with. Some of it, or a lot of it, around maybe tourism, which we've done. Like we've done no tourism here. We could do some tourism stuff. But I don't know. It kind of depends, I guess, on whether the DLCs interest me more than other games do. I find another game that I'd rather play. I don't know. I've liked streaming cities. It brings in some nice people to chat, and it's quite a good category at the moment. Quiet, but lots of interested people around, so it is a nice one to stream. There's plenty of other games that I might play instead when no one would come and join me, which would be a bit lonely, I guess, a bit boring. So many reasons why I would like to keep streaming cities. Okay, so that Pleasant Hills just needs time to develop further. I think we can leave the development to it and start looking at these intersections with the new mods I got installed. You like green cities? Yeah. And public transportation, yeah. Those are interesting things to play with. And yeah, the new promenades one with pedestrianised zones. That could be kind of cool. A lot of that, in my mind, something like the pedestrianised zones is part of using the game to build pretty things. I see, I watch quite a few other streamers playing stuff, and what they'll do is they'll have a corner of their city, and they'll be like, okay, today we're going to this corner of the city, and we're going to make it look like a city. And those like pedestrianisation tools are really good for that, for like zoning off an area. This is for pedestrians, and these are their routes, and making that kind of realistic city layout kind of thing. Which I feel like I'm not so good at that, or not so interested in making pretty things or making realistic things. I like the kind of the logic of the traffic. I like squares. You don't have the patience to make it pretty. Yeah, yeah. It's I don't know how to say. It's not boring necessarily. It is interesting. There is fun in it, but you don't get the reward when you're beautifying until you're finished, like the whole thing, and you take a step back and look at it and go, there's the pretty thing I made. So it can be a lot of work for very little reward. You like the challenge of trying to make a city with no cars or whatever, with no. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, that could be kind of fun. Building a big city that's maybe it's got bus routes and whatever else, cycle lanes if you're allowed them, but no cars at all. Could be, yeah, I think, yeah. Still lots of little challenges we could set ourselves to work on. One mod I downloaded. Let's this one that we briefly saw earlier. It should let me spray trees down. Can I get a tree I like the look of? Can't see the examples. Okay, let's have a look. Green tree, conifer. Tree with leaves number 1. Then we've got different brush types, I guess. Choose them. Can change strength and size. So I want these empty ones, and I want... Okay, that strength is pretty low. Something. Not too sure about that. Ah, that's... okay. You just want that kind of thing, and then... let's go slightly higher brush strength. Slightly bigger. Go around all of these empty squares, spraying a bunch of trees in. We'll come back with the next type of tree, I guess. Just to leave a little green space in the middle of the city. We could, I guess, spray in a pavement instead or something and have a very urban area. It's a nice one. Yeah, it's placing them individually was not good. Although, what if we kind of want them in the middle? What if we go maximum brush size and just spray trees? That's okay, actually. Slightly smaller, perhaps. And different types as well. So we've got tree with leaves number 1. Is there a small bush? That's, yeah, let's go spray a bunch of those in. Tree with leaves number 2, let's decrease the strength, maybe we'll get fewer of them. That's something better, I'm sure. At least all those gaps are now not like completely empty. That's a bit regimented. Not quite as random as you might expect trees to. I don't know, that's okay. It's okay, they're not empty, that's the main thing. I was zipping past the city all the time and seeing all those empty green squares wasn't great, so that's nice, and some around the edges as well. Yeah, quick bit of prettiness, not too much. That's good, I like that. Okay, so what I want to do at the junctions is change all of the slip roads to be 2 lanes. Or 1 lane, maybe? I'm still on the fence about that. The default is 1 lane. Game considers it full. Yeah, like you can't fit more trees. With full strength, very small. I can place individual ones, but it won't like spray the brush in. Things are too close, I guess. But yeah, it makes sense. 2 lane or 1 lane? 1 lane. Still think 1 lane isn't fast enough, but I guess we never proved that. And the way that the AI works might be irrelevant. I want to try it with 2 lanes. The idea is, so these will be 2 lane, 1 way without parking. Sidewalks aren't necessarily what we want, but that's fine. I think probably better than any of the other options, possibly. So yeah, these would be 2 lanes instead. Which we can't do when take the highway out of the way to edit the bridge. 2 lane, that one. Okay. It was interesting to see where that individual car was going. Yeah, that's it's really cool. It's interesting to me. One of the things I've learned the most about in this run through cities is where they decide to change lane, and it's so unrealistic. Yeah, you do kind of have to plan around it. Okay, and then having done that, we can reconnect the highway. Then we can use the intersection marking tool. Use a filler. Click between. That's not what I wanted. Between those, no. Pressing the button I should. Hold down Alt. Click between these 4 points. Fill it with chevron. Yeah, we'll try chevron for now. And the same here. Hold down Alt. That's not good. They don't line themselves up. That may require some fiddling. Is there another option? We could turn it into grass, but that's really, stripes isn't great either. Definitely not grid. Solid, so it's either stripes or chevron. Let's do chevron, and we'll line the pictures up shortly. Hopefully, I'm able. Can activate advanced lane AI in TMPE. It'll change it. Ah, okay. Ooh, we'll look for that button then. Be nice if they behaved a bit more sensible. So if we do this, fill chevrons all the way down. There's still an arrow at the end. We need to bear that in mind. So can then want to use TMPE to forbid all vehicles on the chevroned lane. Suppose we could allow emergency vehicles onto it, but it's a bit irrelevant. Okay, so it looks like you can't drive there, and you can't drive there. Then to use the lane connector. That one goes that way, that one goes that way, this guy goes that way. And we'll allow the second lane to join in like that for now, but that might be the balance between whether squeezing this traffic down to one lane but then letting it join very easily could be better. And then we need to use the lane connector this end as well. Do a similar kind of, or the opposite kind of thing. Need to change our speed limits, mustn't forget that. This road should be at 100. So should all of this. The tunnel, yep. Okay. So the traffic coming off will be in the right hand lane to come off, or it'll be in the outside lanes to go straight on. No one's going to drive on that inside. Then when they get to this end, the traffic coming out can always safely just join.
Greetings!
With everyone else kind of like moving over later or whatever. Robbie, hello. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Then want to use intersection marking to put a solid line on the edge, then dashed lines to indicate where they should be going. You can turn off car despawning. I'm not sure I'd want to do that. Robbie, your city Skylines always crashing, aye. That's not good. Are you on PC, or is it the console version that you're using on Xbox? Or have you got any mods installed at all? Because they're the biggest cause of crashing. %7 flow with it on, yeah, that would be, and if they never despawn, that would, I'm sure, cause some issues. That could be interesting though, really interesting. Robbie, you've got mods. With any game that crashes a lot, the biggest cause will be mods. You should check all the ones you've got to make sure that the mod author has confirmed it works in the latest version of the game. So if you've downloaded a mod like 5 versions ago, and then they update the game to a new version, but the mod doesn't get updated, then it can cause conflicts that will crash all the time. Okay, so this junction looks nicer at this end. The inside lane has a nice dotted line that sends you off. That's wrong though, isn't it? See, that is wrong. The width of it looks really nice, but it's going from 1 lane to 2 lanes. We're allowing the second lane off. We should have... we should not have... that one. That instead. Yeah, that's a good tip, Zara. Depending on how many mods you've got, if you've got like a dozen, like I do, then yeah, you can disable them all, switch them on one at a time to see which works and which don't work. If you've got like 200 of them, then that might take a while. But it's the only way. You wipe them and start again. Entirely happy with that. I want a filler that was that in Chevron as well. I think I need to find it. Unlock. Yeah, that's... None of them jump out as ones that I know have a problem, but any of them could. The developers of the game are, I suppose, guaranteeing that if you have no mods, it will work. So if you remove all of your mods and it doesn't work, then you can go to the developers, because they're the ones who should be sorting that out. If you remove all of the mods and it does work, then it was definitely a mod that caused the problem. That's not bad, I don't mind that. Though, I mean, the one thing we need to do is work out which mod removes the arrows. I think it's this node controller. No? No, it's not that one. Is it that one? Can't remember now. I swear I installed them all, clicked through them, and I saw a button that says remove the arrows, but now I don't know where it was. You think Key Anarchy might not be up to date? Yeah. There's been a couple of patches to the game recently, so there's every chance that mods that were okay a week ago are no longer okay. Network Anarchy might have replaced Key Anarchy. Interesting. I've got a feeling that the mod that I got that allowed removing the arrows, I then subsequently uninstalled for some reason. I just don't see the option at the moment. Still, I kind of want... Yeah, not sure. It's not that one, is it? So if it was node controller, that would be here, which is not. That's just the alignment of the nodes. Yeah, it's not. I think I might have uninstalled it because I added one that we've got junction limitation from TMPE, and we turn off the crossing, it removes the crossing. So yeah, I think I have removed a mod that I didn't want to remove. Oops, never mind. I mean, that being the case, the best option for getting rid of that arrow would be to take all of our fillers and make them solid. No. The arrow sits on top of the solid. And we even up maximum opacity. Yeah, okay. Okay, never mind. For the next session I can find that mod again and we can remove the arrows at a later date. Kind of like solid. That would be silly. No one would actually like fill that much white paint into a road. Stripes going across. Don't know. Chevrons are like what I see a lot in the real world. So I feel like that's the best. Just also feel like lining all these up is going to be a pain. That's not my immediate thought, so what I would like in an ideal world is I can unpause, can't I? Yep. One lane slip road. And the traffic is okay with it being one lane. which I'm not confident with, but ideally it'll be one lane slip road. And then one lane becomes, or joins onto the side of here and is 4 lanes for a while before cutting in. And that's not possible unless we replace our entire highway infrastructure with 4-lane roads, which I'm not going to do. This join isn't bad, or wouldn't be bad if it was 1, I think. 1 lane joins the right hand side and then they can swap lanes as much as they like later on. That all makes sense because back here we pull a lane off and then for a while it's only 2-lane highway, which is fine. So yeah, maybe I'll just lay this back out again using the single lane highway ramps instead of 2-lane road. We've unlocked capital city, 36,000 people. Ships, which I don't think we're going to use on this map. At least not the part of the map that we've got unlocked at the moment. This does give us 1 more sector, which we can buy now because we know we want this one. Which is grand. That's something for us to work on very soon. What more traffic things? Go look at the... Yeah, let's look at that now actually before I forget completely. Not from the button then, from the options TMPE settings. Lots of things to change the behaviour. Oh, I've accidentally scrolled here. Road sign theme, no, we do want United States for that. No. Theme is the default then, I've just scrolled away from it. Is there a no reset button? Oops. We want kilometres an hour because that's what TMPE settings use. Let's have French looking signs. Okay, so gameplay settings, reckless drivers. Don't know what that does, but it sounds interesting. At the moment we've got no reckless drivers. Let's have some, and we can find out what they do. Individual driving styles, that sounds like a positive thing. Like not everyone behaves in the same way. I don't have whatever DLC that is snowfall, which would impact vehicle speed. Interesting. Disable despawning. Shall we? Let's. We'll change. Oh, okay, so you could say. I think we'll say nothing can despawn. And we'll see how good our traffic settings really are. Okay, so advanced vehicle AI, that sounds like something we want. Now, dynamic lane selection. I don't know what it does, but it sounds like something I want. I don't know what the percentage would be. Like 100% of the time they will select lanes dynamically. That sounds right. Like what I would want. Yes. Dynamic lanes is a good thing. Well, let's have it at maximum then and see how it goes. I don't want realistic parking. I especially don't want both realistic parking and no despawning. Because we've got like no parking in this city, so I'll leave that one off. Prevent unnecessary transfers at public transport stations. I mean, it's called unnecessary, so I think we want to prevent it. Yeah. And then we'd need after dark for whatever old town districts are. That's fine. Dynamic lanes is just CPU intensive. Oh, that's okay then. Oh, The game itself isn't too bad on the CPU from the looks of it, so mine can probably take some more beating. Okay, so that's general gameplay settings. Policies. Oh, this is interesting. This might be why buses aren't doing what I thought they would. Buses should ignore lane arrows, yes. Vehicles can enter a blocked junction, no. Vehicles can do a U-turn at junctions. Well, that's kind of unnecessary in a town made of square grids, so we'll say no. Vehicles can turn at red traffic lights, no. We're not using traffic lights anyway, but they shouldn't. Vehicles going straight on may change lane at junctions, yes. Like if both lanes are going straight on and they want to change to a different one, that's fine. Follow priority rules at timed traffic lights. We don't use traffic lights, but let's leave it at default. Automatically add traffic lights. Don't want that, because I don't want traffic lights at all. Unless we discover somewhere where we need them. Dedicated turning lanes. But we can create our own with the lane connector, I guess. I'm not sure. Without a description of exactly what that's doing, I think I'll leave it off. Vehicle restriction aggression. Strict would be my guess. Is that saying if I tell it you can't have a car on the road, I want it to strictly adhere to that rule? No cars on the road. Ban cars and trucks on bus lanes. Ah, that is exactly what I assumed that was enabled by default. I'm going to enable that. Robbie, you're still having trouble. The black screen. If you've got all of your mods disabled and you're still getting a black screen, then I think you need to probably start from the beginning again. Uninstall. So uninstall all mods. Uninstall the game. And then re-download it, install it, verify the integrity, then start again. Would be my approach. I don't know. It's obviously impossible to tell at a distance what's causing it, but yeah. It sounds like something is broken, so removing all of the data and starting again is an extreme approach, but it should fix it. Ban private cars. Yeah, I want to do that, but we will, having removed our buses from the residential areas, we will need to remove our bus lanes from the residential areas too. Remove widest crossing on transition between two types of road. Move widest crossing. Oh, sure. I mean, yes, but I'll probably manually remove them both anyway. Guess. Yeah, that's fine. Let's have that enabled. Highways. Enable lightweight merging rules. Similar to highway rules, does not restrict the user from modifying lane arrows. Necessarily. Enable highway-specific lane merging and splitting rules. Let's go with yes. Highways are different to other roads, sure. Heavy vehicles prefer outer lanes, that's realistic. Let's have that on. Enable lightweight merging rules. I think lightweight is a word I would avoid, as in it might be talking about CPU usage or something like that, which we can have heavyweight, so let's leave that off. We don't have evacuation buses because we don't have disasters. High priority road. Interesting. Not sure what it is, but let's... Pedestrian crossings on a main road. If I enable them, I can manually disable them. Allow cars to take far turn into a main road. No. Like yeah, they should join the close turn and then move over later. Allow cars on the yield road to enter a blocked main road. No. Use stop signs when entering main road. Not necessarily. Yield is probably better. It's interesting. I had no idea these settings were here, Alazara, so thank you for letting me know. And it'll be interesting to see how the traffic is behaving after we've changed all these settings around and what other things we can do with the roads now. So a roundabout. Pedestrians don't go to the centre. Correct. Pedestrians who not cross the roads at approach. That should say as it is. Stay in lane inside the roundabout. You wouldn't normally. You wouldn't. But I'm willing to bet the way that the game behaves, it's best to have that enabled. As I think about it, as long as your approaching roads are the same width as the road of the roundabout itself, then that would be best. Dedicated exit lane, yeah. Signs, yes. Sign realistic speeds, no, we can do that manually. Parking ban inside and outside can be done manually. Overlays. Yeah, there's a lot of options here that will change things, and I only knew about the button that it puts on the main screen that you click to change things, and most of that is self-explanatory, but I've not looked at any of these mod settings in here, so we'll see. Overlay, so what's this going to look like? I think we want them all off. As in, I'm assuming this will like show the speed limit all the time rather than just when I'm changing it, which I don't want to see, so we'll leave those off. Yeah, everything's activated. This is just keybinds and tie-ups. Yeah, okay, cool. So we've fiddled with settings. Let's can't really remember what we changed, but never mind. So I wanted to have a go with traffic flow. Yeah, where's there? Traffic. Like a routes. It's not routes, is it? It's the one that looks like a car. That one. That one. Yeah. Shows us pretty much what we already knew. There's a heavy usage here where these two meet. Then the closest junctions for traffic flow here and here. Interesting how busy this road is. It's cool. And yeah, where they enter into different areas. That's an interesting thing. Shouldn't be having any trouble there, but it's interesting how busy that junction is. Everything else is good. You have amazing traffic flow already. Yeah, that's free public transport with a good network that we've just finished putting into place. Is obviously going to have a big effect on that. And then this ring road should have a huge effect because it's like a massive ring road for quite a small industrial zone. So it's just this bit where people are trying to cross over each other that I would assume would have a problem. That's cool. Very cool. Average flow 83%. Great. So yes, we want to speed time up so money comes rolling in. I want to try this with one lane. Did download a one lane with sound barriers. Probably not necessary. Let's just use one lane. No, before we do that, I changed it so that bus lanes are actually behaving like bus lanes, which, because we moved everything in the residential over to metros, means we've got a bunch of bus lanes not being used in the middles here. So we should change that as a priority and have 6 lanes and medium trees, or we can have, no, I can't have, that's a one-way road, so we want 6 lane with decorative trees on the outside, 6 lane with decorative trees on the inside. That's what it looks like on the inside, and that's what it looks like on the outside. The outside is very city-like, I think. The inside being more town-like, so I think I prefer trees on the outside. Yeah, so let's do that everywhere. We can also, now that we bought that square, we can put this road in, which is good. Careful not to build a 6-lane road over the 2-lane ones and accidentally destroy a bunch of stuff. So got those little bits of residential that we haven't zoned in yet, which we can do. That whole part of town, so let me fill in that residential before I forget it, before we leave this part of town. There and there, and then those 4 up there. These flyover bridges can change as well, they don't need a bus lane anymore, so they can be highway with sound barrier. Yeah, that's a one-way, yep. Same on this side. Then, yeah, 6-lane decorative trees. Be helpful if there was a button that just did all of these at once. Most people wouldn't have built an entire city of bus roads knowing they weren't going to have buses forever. Could go put bus lanes into the industrial area, because we didn't, and they are actually using buses over there. I think I like the idea of that. Especially now that we've changed those settings so that buses will behave how they're supposed to. That's one more done. Don't see any red roads. Let's do these flyovers as well. One last district to move bus lanes from. Oops. Did the thing I said not to do. That should be 2-lane with trees on the outside like that. Fill in the zones that got destroyed. There we go. Oops. Look more carefully. Feel my legs going to sleep, and see, we just gone over 2 hours of stream. I haven't taken a break yet, so I'm going to finish switching all these over, and then I will take a quick break then. And after that we'll go over to the industrial area and put bus lanes in there. Then we'll come back to that highway junction and continue working on ideas there. Okay, so that's all those bus lanes. Oh, good. Okay. Might as well leave the game running. We'll see if we have traffic problems when I get back, and it can stack up on some money as well while I'm away. Oh, hang on. Complaints about sewage outflow. Complaints about power problem. Our electrical consumption has gone over because we expanded the city so much. Let's get more solar power. Just check we've got enough. Very close on the actual provision of sewerage and water, so I'm going to put an extra building of each in those as well, just to be safe while we expand. Sure, they'll be fine. Yeah, all those complaints are gone. Okay, let's just have a 2-3 minute break for me to refill drinks, stretch legs, all those sensible things. Stay a little healthy. As always, I recommend you do the same if you've been sat staring at your screen. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes to continue with the city. I'll see you then. Hello there, I have returned. The city has not burnt down in the meantime, that's good to see. Okay, so they should all be happy over here. Let's find a nice looking road with bus lanes. That's the only real option, is trees down the middle, bus lanes down the outside. It will remove parking, which some is being used here and there. Shouldn't be necessary to have parking anywhere. So let's give this a go with bus lanes and trees looking pretty. Something wrong with the bus route after we do that. I'm just going to pause then. Put them in and then you may have to relay out the bus routes, I guess. And we should spray some trees into the middle of these squares as well. I'm not sure they'll survive all the industrial pollution, but it's looking a bit grim and smoggy over this part of town. There's no buses running down these roads, at least not at the moment, so we'll leave that for now. Changes, then we might change those roads to a different type as well. Oops, too far. This one should remain a normal 6-lane road. Okay. I think that's everywhere. So let's open up public transport. Look at the bus routes. Don't see a... Ah, there's a problem. Why is that? It appears when I look at it. There we go, that's updated, just moving that around a bit. Maybe we just need to do that and move one of the stops to get it to refresh the whole line. We do that on all the lines just in case it helps. Yeah, that makes sense, that it might just confuse it a little bit. And then... No, that one's... Ah, there we go. As the buses start to flow, it seems to be waking itself up. These ones are still complaining. Yeah, as that bus comes around the corner, those complaints have disappeared. That's fine then. Okay, so they've actually got bus lanes that are functioning like bus lanes now. And the buses, I'm hoping, use them. They seem to. I think the worst bus to look at, but when this gets to the end and starts turning corners, we'll be able to see if they're using the lanes properly. Because of course doing this does mean that there's fewer lanes for the other traffic to use. Which, yeah, look at that, they didn't do that right. Yeah. No, it's not. It's using the lane. But here it's going to turn into not a bus lane. It's going to drive to the other side of town. What? I mean, it says it won't do that, but it just did. So, interesting. It's done it again. I mean, it can do that. It doesn't do any harm. If it thinks, due to traffic or whatever, it's quicker to go up and round the next one instead of cutting through, then it can do that. But Just a bit weird. But still, as it comes around, let's watch this one. In the bus lane, turns around and takes the middle lane when it should be in the bus lane, because it's turning on this one. So it's probably because this bus lane is pointing to the right. But I thought we had an option in here. Buses maybe somewhere. Buses ignore lane arrows, that's the option there. Buses may ignore lane arrows. Okay. There's a difference between they ignore it and they may ignore it. So it could be that if this road was blocked by other traffic, it would take the outside lane even and then turn, even though the arrow says different. Possibly. Our traffic isn't that bad, so we might not actually ever see that happen, but it certainly doesn't look like adding the bus lanes has made things worse for everyone else, so I'm happy with that. And happy over here as well. All good, apart from still coughing. Right, so back to the mess I'm making up here. I wanted to look at what if we turn this into the actual ramp that you're supposed to use for highways. Still feeling a bit, yeah, just a bit, I'm feeling fine. Like, I'm not tired, I don't feel like I'm fighting anything. But I'm still coughing every now and then, just a little cough. Rule breaking doorknob, hello there, nice to meet you. Strategy, squares and cubes, absolutely. All perfect squares in alignment. Not sure anyone would let me come and design their town, but I like squares, yeah. Just the tunnel needs to switch as well. Wonder what happens if we've changed that setting so vehicles don't despawn. If they're in a tunnel underground and I delete it, where do they go? Yeah, thanks, Anazara. It's I've heard from a lot of family and friends and everyone who are all struggling with winter cold at the moment, like really nasty ones going around the country, so a bit worrying, but I'm sure in a few days it will have cleared through and I'll stop coughing and everything will be fine again, at least for a while. Should I try? Why don't we? We've got some cars underground here. They're not going to despawn. If I unpause now, they just drive out the tunnel exit. Okay. That's cheating. Oh, I need to redo that whole corner. Oops. Interesting. Share images of the city you designed. Yeah, absolutely. I think. Yeah, I think I disabled all the auto mods. You should be able to post links and pictures. You're getting about 90% traffic flow. That's cool. Very cool. We get, who else have we got underground? A bunch of people here. So what if I remove the actual exits themselves? Then what happens? They despawned. No? Yeah. The ones that were already on the tunnel exit kept going, but the ones underground despawned. So when it says no despawning, it doesn't mean none. This is the one we're looking at. Okay. So if it's one lane instead. Oh dear, I've made a mess of this, haven't I? What's... 1 second. That is what happens when auto mod is not allowing links. Yeah, that's what I see as well. That shouldn't be happening. It did that before and I told it I don't want it to do that. Where... There's the option. It was switched back on, so I've switched that off now. Sorry about that, doorknob. Can you try sending the message again? It should... I've just disabled the blocker, so it should, if you just... Whatever the button is to resend the same message, it should work. There we go. That's good. Oh, that's very square. I like that. Yeah, that's very cool. Lanes get smaller. You've got the highway around the outside. Yeah, I like that. And then you've got like your commercial is like a buffer zone in between your industrial and your residential. It's cool. Very cool looking city. If you use the lane arrows, force them to go into a circle and then... Yeah. Although I wonder if it's clever enough to know that if it becomes literally impossible for the vehicle to be freed, then it will despawn it. Don't know. If it knows I'm playing games, maybe it despawns them all. High density, no public transport. That's cool. And all vehicular, but still 90%. It's good. What's the population number? So we're like 40,000 now. It's not that big. About 70,000. Yeah. It's good. See, that is very nice. That's a very I think I've seen junctions like this in the real world. Because the lane arrows I would like to remove. I'll have to find out what mod that was that I've removed that allowed me to do that. But like you've got the overhead gantry, you don't need the lane arrows to point you where you're going. But with like your chevrons in the gap there, and then the right hand lane has to come off. Those lanes carry on, are forced to carry on, and then we'll do the opposite down there. So yeah, I really like this layout, but we've then only got one lane on the slip road. And I don't know if that's enough for the traffic flow. It should be. I mean, it shouldn't make a difference as long as everyone moves over early enough. I think the only time that one lane will be a problem is like here, where we've got the two junctions so close together, and then we'll need to do something else to allow the traffic to flow better, perhaps speed things up. Yes, I'm very happy with that. We just need to work out the other end, and this bit of road in the middle. How we're going to make that all line up and pretty. See, the AI is working because the cars aren't all... Yeah. Doorknob, you're not... No mods at all. That's cool. But you shouldn't... I suppose with the layout as you've done it, you shouldn't really need any to make much of a difference. It's all quite simple junctions, and I see you've got like the preset, you know, these ones with the clover leaves and everything around the outside. So yeah, you can see these guys are behaving properly now. Not properly, but they are changing lanes all over the place rather than at specific points. Although that is causing a traffic issue here. That's probably... Did I do a... No, there's no lane connections here. They shouldn't be doing that. They're not forbidden from that inside lane. They shouldn't be doing that. Bad junction C make that's fine. I mean, that's why the defaults are there. It's so that you can have a four-way and a three-way highway junction without having to design one yourself. Traffic on the inside lane is... it's being forced off on the right. That's... it's interesting that it's done that, because I want it to do that. That's something I'm forcing it to do over here, and will be forcing it to do else at this point, but... it's interesting that that's causing problems. Yeah, middle lane is a turning lane. Yeah, it's causing, but the inside lane, or what do you call that? Do you call that the outside lane? I think that I would call it the inside lane, where traffic is continuing straight on. They are moving over because this junction is right turn only, when it should ideally be... I can use the lane connectors to do this, I think. That can go straight or come off. That can go straight or come off. And that can go straight only. I think the time to merge it earlier, perhaps. This ought to have fixed that specific problem that we were looking at. It was traffic that didn't want to turn right was shifting over because it was told it had to when it didn't have to. The issue is that ultimately I am going to block that inside lane all the way along here, the same as we've done on the other side. Like over here, we're blocking that lane off all the way along, so that these guys can rejoin, like, for sure. So yeah, that could cause an issue with how we get traffic on the inside to move over. They should do it. I mean, you've got, what, 40 units of space here? They should just move over at some point along those 40 units. Still, that may be an issue when we get to that point. Yeah, yeah. Some of them, I don't know. Just coming off now. I mean, yeah, some of them are moving over back here, which is what they should do. Yeah, I don't know. They appear to be behaving themselves in general. It does make me question whether this is even necessary. If I do like the idea of them being able to join for sure, because there's no traffic on the inside lane here, and then they can move over here if they need to. So I would like to finish this theory. It's the kind of the artwork of it that I'm not particularly keen on getting it lined up. Yeah, things are starting to behave like normal. Yeah. Dedicated turning lanes improve the flow. Yeah. Well, anything that separates traffic out is good, but what I've tend to found so far is that when we anytime we address a problem, like by saying, okay, this lane is only for whoever, all it does is moves the traffic problem further back rather than removing it completely. So yeah, I'm not sure what the like the ultimate answer, I suppose, is to just have less traffic in general, but we don't have a traffic flow issue, do we? They've been running on the new AI for a while, so we should see we're still at 83%. We've now got that same hotspot we knew about. These warm points are the same-ish. This is quite new. That's a problem. Cool. That's quite interesting there. I mean, they're behaving very much like city traffic and just shoving their way across. It's a kind of point where you might put traffic lights. We can get them to prioritise the in-road. Or there's traffic lights and lane enforcement. Yes, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, the problem traffic is the ones coming south that are not heading west. So if you can force them over, then it removes the pressure on this point, or times traffic lights and you have like a protected right turn. Like is what I would ideally like, is people coming south heading west can always go, and everyone else is kind of traffic light controlled. Something satisfying watching others solve the traffic. Yeah. Watching other people's brains work. Turning around from one highway to the other. Yes, they are. So the southern half of Evergreen Heights is easiest accessed from this highway. So if you're trying to get here, the Cypress residence, you'd come off and do the loop around. Wonder if we got anyone who... We shouldn't have anyone who comes off just to turn around, because they would be going straight up the highway instead. So it's all like genuine traffic taking the nearest exit to get where they're going. And while we could reduce it, we could reduce the pressure on this junction by increasing the pressure on this junction. But they ought to be roughly equal. Actually, the one in the north should be busier because Ivy Heights can't be accessed from the north. So all of that can only be accessed through this one, as well as the top half of Evergreen Heights. Whereas it's the same because Pleasant Hills can only be accessed there. I was imagining there was one down the bottom here, which we can put in. It's interesting. Could have an off-ramp from the horizontal highway connecting to the vertical bridge. Yeah, like... so that this traffic on Webb Highway can access the Tyler White Bridge without coming through town. Yeah, it's a similar road from here to here. That just moves your traffic problem from this point to wherever you join over here. You'll then have the same volume of traffic doing the same thing. So the only way to reduce the traffic load here-ish would be to have 2 bridges, I guess. Is a bit of a moot point, I guess. I mean, we could come off over here and just fly all the way over there, but that wouldn't be symmetrical, so. It's a highway speed connection with a dedicated lane. That's true. As in, they're travelling at, well, maximum speed, they're doing 60 around this area. Whereas here they're doing 100. But those angles are difficult to maintain. You need a corner, like this is the tightest you can make it, while maintaining 100. Can be done. I don't think we necessarily have a problem, so we can not an expert at traffic lights. We can set up a timed traffic light here. Somehow it's possible to kind of like prioritize the traffic that we want to. Don't know. I mean, even sorry, need to remove what I was playing with and put basic traffic lights in. Default time traffic lights. Good spot, didn't read that. It's interesting, so it's giving you quite a lot of data about the traffic flow during the time. And not just a button that says, like, automatically adjust the timings to fit the flow best. Control every junction add steps, do whatever. Control click does a default, okay. Control alt click might be an alternative. Adaptive step switching sounds like the kind of thing I want. Where there's more waiting than driving, it should go to the next step. Perhaps. I don't know, interesting. Oh, up there I see. Control alt click, alternate quick setup. Need to remove that one first. Ooh, isn't it all fun and games? Click that one. How do I just stop and then remove? Then Control Alt click is an alternative. I see a bit, yeah. I don't know what's best in that regard, which configuration. Interesting stuff. So there's one thing we could do is forbid the pedestrian crossings. Well, it seems to have helped, yes, but all it's done is moved a traffic issue over to this side. So this junction's now, and down here, yeah, so not really. A pedestrian bridge, yeah, that's actually a good idea. Although I think that's from a mod. Unless you can make one, can't you? You can just like, not mod, I thought DLC, but you can like artificially make your own from these little paths. You might have to knock down a house to do it, which is not ideal. At the moment, everyone just kind of walks across and gets run over. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know. The traffic will flow better without traffic lights in general, because they cause people to stop. Whereas the AI doesn't stop if you don't have the traffic lights, it just goes. And you only get a problem if they get, like, blocked. Which just doesn't tend to happen. You can see here the cars kind of just shoot in between each other in a very unrealistic fashion. And that seems best. But yeah, that volume of, having now developed Pleasant Hills to the max, that volume of traffic is excessive and difficult to manage. We may need to do something quite different entirely. We've also got an issue here with the distance from Richardson Street to Harvey Street is too short. So we may want to move this entire trunk line to the west to create more space over this edge, which allow us like more exits into different parts of the city. Try road shape like... Yeah, that's what I had in mind. Doorknob, yeah. Like it kind of bypasses all those junctions. What I'm imagining will cause is instead of having a traffic jam here, we'll either have one where it joins or probably at this end. What we could have is we come off here, for example. This is not going to be pretty, but it's going to make a point. A second bridge, and then we come down and we join wherever over here, let's say. No, there's a metro station there. Even if we both see joining at the... So you could do that. This moves the traffic jam, the point where it all jams up, to here instead. Which might, I don't know, it might be better, because it is like, it's taking a chunk of the traffic away from these junctions. I'm not, even then, I'm not sure that's like all of the traffic. Most of this traffic is coming out of Pleasant Hills, like it's people in their cars. So it might be more worth finding out why they're driving and not using the metro. Do we need to put in some buses for some simple journeys that they're taking? I don't know. Got a nasty block up here. This is the classic, the one that I really quite stuck with for a while. There are people joining who want to go to the outside and people taking the corner that want to come to the inside. Dedicated merge, yeah. Yeah. It would make no difference at this end and would just... It'd save this one junction. But we... yes, it probably would help, but I think we can do... We can get similar effects by just diverting traffic away from this junction in general. So traffic that wants to come over here to Rosemary Boulevard is currently using this junction when they could use this one at the top. And there's I don't know, you don't know how you prioritize that really. You can we slow Wilson Street down to 40 kilometers an hour instead of 60, then they'll prioritize moving over, in theory. Help them walk across. Well, there's a thought. The metro from Wilson go to the opposite. No. If you want to get from this metro to this metro, you need to take a few stops out of the way. So you would need to go counterclockwise 2 stops, swap to the orange line, cut across to here and then go counterclockwise on this one stop as well. Which it can't be improved easily. We can, I mean, if you just put a direct loop that does that, it might encourage more people onto the metro instead of driving. And equally, yeah, Lazara, you're right, because these are all streets with pavements, sidewalks on, but this is a highway that doesn't have a pavement. So if we changed that to be a 4-lane one-way with pavement, then people would be allowed to walk over the bridge, which could encourage pedestrian traffic instead of whatever. All I would like to do is set the speed up to what a highway would have been. Not sure many people will want to walk alongside a 100km/h road though. There we go. Underground walkway, that's a cool idea. Kind of goes from next to this road along to under. Ooh, let's play with one of them. Where is it? It's under there. You saw someone walking. Yeah, there's loads of people walking now. Hadn't thought of that. That's definitely a way of reducing car usage, is allowing that. So if we start here, can we go under, over, let's say 10 units? That's my favourite distance. Go under the highway, and from there, under over 10 units. Join. So that's pretty cool. I like that. Like an underpass. I don't know, a bridge might be prettier for the people doing the walking, I guess. But that's kind of cool. Loads of people walking down it, yeah. Loads of them. I really like that. Like the idea of it and the kind of the way it looks as well. Like you've got this. Now it would be kind of cool if we could connect it to the metro station itself rather than its own entrance. So there's like one stairway at the end instead of the two, but that's no big deal. That one. Yeah. And the highway can remain high capacity instead of, yeah, actually it is better like this, as much as it might not look like it. The highway looks really cool, but it's got 3 lanes going at 100km/h. This looks cramped, but it's got 4 lanes going at 100km/h, so it can actually fit more. One thing we should definitely do though is, I should tell you what, 6 lane, yeah, that's a good shout. That's the biggest, so why don't we? 6 lane one-way road. With 6 lanes, one thing we can do is use the lane connection, force 3 to 3, and these 3 to the other 3. So that way they won't be crossing over one another. We just need to allow those people to go this way and those people to go that way. Because some people might want to make those turns, even though the majority are going to be heading for this bridge, mega bridge. Man, look at all those people. That's crazy. But that is also encouraging people to try and walk across this road, which might be making the situation worse. Okay, so that one is improved by forcing them not to try and cross over each other. This one we can manipulate this a bit and see how it ends up. So you will be going straight on or that way, not that way. You'll be going that way. Then so trying to use the lane markings to tell people they can't cross and change lanes and interrupt each other. This isn't ideal though, is it? If they can only go that way. No, they can only go into that lane. Scroll out and reset my brain, look at it again. Telling the traffic coming from the north that it can only turn that corner, therefore everyone else will go away and they'll use a different junction. Because they magically know before they get here. Yeah, it's still quite a volume coming east to west. They can only be interrupted by people heading south to north, which are very rare. There's one, but very rare. The main reason that's going so slowly is the volume of people walking across that pavement. Huge amount of people walking from one tube to the other, yeah. A huge amount of people walking in this area in general. So I mean, it's possible to, with one of these buttons, remove the pedestrian crossing that's there. That just moves the problem over to this side of the road. And then, if we remove that one, it just moves the problem further up. So it's not my preference. Raised pedestrian bridge, yeah. Yeah. That requires removing something from this side where we can build it. I don't really see any other option. Just interesting that this, which is a parallel, doesn't have the same problem. I feel like the root cause of the issue is the amount of cars rather than yeah, more tunnels, yeah. Rather than anything, yeah. I think we should remove the fiddling I've done here. Because that's kind of unnatural, a bit silly. What we've done here is okay. Just finish the... Yeah, that's fine. 3 go up there, 3 go up there, and then these ones are allowed around the corner. That's all fine. So, to have that same kind of pedestrian tunnel in mirror everywhere, that we've got this same setup, even though it's going to be used less. It's still nice to have, I think. So we've got one on this side people can use, and then we'll do the same up here as well, joining these two sections. I can see, as we look underground, a large number of people waiting on the platforms, so after I put these 2 extra tunnels in, I'm going to look at whether we need more trains. So there we go. So that's tunnels. We also need to upgrade these roads everywhere. Need the 6 lanes instead of the 3-lane highway. We're allowing 100km/h speeds over those. With the pavement there, maybe we shouldn't. It's kind. I mean, they're going from 60 to 60, so it's not terribly important. I think we should leave these at 60, as we're encouraging people to walk next to them. So that's fine. All those flyover bridges are now 6-lane 60s. There's some railings. Yeah. Like, yeah, along there. Actually, can we? Intersection marking. There to there. With a... which is... I don't see a railing. Garbage bins, benches. There's got to be a railing here somewhere. Industrial fence. Doesn't appear to have worked. Variant probability step should be 0. Angle I don't know. Elevation, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Doesn't appear to have worked. That's a shame. I really thought it would. Is it because it's a bridge that I'm there to there. Dashed line is working okay. Make it also wall works. Trees would work. Yeah. Oh, that's working, so it was maybe just that one fence option that wasn't. Work from the other end, see if we've got a different option for a fencing or railing of some kind. Assume there is one. Short hedge? No. Industrial fence? No, that's not working either. Just signs. Step is down to 0. That. Oh. What have I done there? Step went down too far. It's not terrible. We could do that all the way along. I don't think it's necessary. It's kind of cool that we have the option. Oh, bollards could work actually, yeah. If there was something, just a few don't. Yeah, you can pretend. Yeah. It doesn't particularly matter because they're going from 6 lanes at 60 miles an hour to 6 lanes at 60 kilometers an hour. So if this road is 6 lanes going 60 kilometers an hour, it doesn't make a difference. When it was 3 lanes going 100 kilometers an hour, that makes a difference. This, yeah. What is the actual problem they're having here? No traffic lights, are there? No. The problem is all the people are slowing them down. So if we encourage multiple lanes to go to the right. Ah, I don't need that. Okay, yeah. Those 3 on the right go to the right, the 3 on the left go north. And that's a one-way road, yeah, so they're fine, as they are by default. That stops people trying to merge within the junction. Then there's not a lot to be done over here because we need to allow them to go multiple locations. We allow 2 full lanes that are left turn, 1 that goes across, and then allow them only in the outside one, maybe. Likewise over here, just in the outside one. I think the same kind of thing here. Just, yeah, so that southbound traffic isn't trying to get into the same lanes, and they're allowed to use both lanes. But everything's okay. I think the main slowdown at this junction is this pedestrian crossing, which we just got no answer for, really. It's more underground pedestrian tunnels or pedestrianised bridges, I guess, is the thing to have, but they can't place them without removing some of these buildings, which I don't really want to do. Can do it, I don't really want to. So yeah. Still, I mean, the traffic's flowing quite nicely now around here with all those changes, but yeah. Ways are underground, branch them sideways. Yeah, it's like, not sure if it's the issue. You mean like connect this one to this one? Because then where? Well, I suppose what we can do. Let's say here. People in the tunnel for sure. Oh, actually, that's unnecessary in the middle here, isn't it? They can be above ground. It's weird how much they walk. I want to join that to that. I'm not sure. It's not necessary, is it? There. Here they've got like a little bit of pavement that appeared to say it's close enough. You think it needs to be one forward? Yeah. It didn't look right, did it? Let's try that again. Start at the top here. So there is too close because it collides. Join it with move it. Ah, that's interesting. Thank you. So yeah, we can't build it on that snap because it collides with the road. So that is the closest one there is. Then we can join it with move it. What button do I press to do that? Or do I just move it a little closer? Not perfect, but yeah. I know, it's kind of nice, it's kind of pretty. It would be interesting if that didn't poke out like that, but that's just how the nodes are. Unless I can you use node controller on pedestrians? You can. Not really. There's not enough options on this node to move. We can align a little, but not meaningfully. I don't want to spend hours of dragging those nodes around one unit at a time, so let's just want that's not great looking. Lessen the bend, but yeah, that doesn't create the kind of the join between the pavement that I'm looking for. Lessen the bend, move the node. Lessen that bend. Move that node. Yeah. Yeah. No idea how you managed to explain that in a way my brain understood, but you did. Have it straight within a right angle in the centre. That's not possible, Donna. That's what. So we can show you on the next one for the example. If you have, that's the on top of the ground, preferably. That's the hang on. Ooh, that's so that snap on that line isn't possible, but this allows a snapping in the centre. Ooh. Okay, this is different. This is different. Just have to be careful about what. So I think I need to disable snapping to road guidelines. Yeah, that's what was causing us trouble. So now that we're not snapping to that, we can build there. It's still not perfect. If you see, there's a weird grass patch down the middle, but a little nudge might sort that. And then from there we want to go down, but we can't put the tunnel entrance like that. Okay, so now I don't want to snap in the centre, I want to snap on an edge. Or no, can't put two next to each other. Fine. So how can we go like that and then down? That's alright. On there, diagonally out one, then down. That's good. So that kind of joins it more or less, but we can move it to just slightly move these nodes over a little bit to join those gaps together. I'm going to guess those gaps were because the two the road and the pedestrian line were not the same height. The ground was unlevel. So that's very cool. That should hopefully mean that some of the pedestrian traffic heading to the centre comes out here instead of trying to cross the road here. There's still a lot of pedestrian traffic. I don't think there's anything we can do about it. Increase our tunnel network over the entire city. I don't know, I feel like really the key is reducing the number of cars to begin with, perhaps. Usually move the node, not the bend. Yeah, that makes sense. Then it stays straight. If we got a random car here, why are they driving? Well, they just need to get round the corner and then they're done. Not the best example. Find someone else. That guy's staying in. Can we pick one of these people? Resides at... So they live over here. And they're a student at this university. And they're driving over there. One thought. Music on. So that, yeah, we're currently thinking, and whether it's right or wrong, I'm really having fun with it. Is they will stop using their cars if they can walk, but the other thing is they'll stop using their cars if they can take a train. And they can take a train, but some of them are not. So Evergreen are not the central guys are apparently not using their metro at all, which is incorrect because here they are. And then Pleasant, which is the one where we're having the problem. I mean, one of the stops is overloaded, but not many of them. Certainly overloaded enough that we need to probably double the number of trains at least. Put 4 in here. Oh, well, 5 is the maximum, so why don't we just put 5 in? It's at 422%. This one is fine. There's no backlog at their stops. One is overloaded, that means they can't get on. Yeah. So there's not, if they had more trains that have more space, they'd be able to get on at that station. Which would... Yeah. There's no guarantee. So, this one that I've just increased, for example, there's 300 people waiting. There's a train coming, but there's only 26 spaces on it because it's already picked up people beforehand that aren't getting off. They're not necessarily getting off at that stop either, so... I mean, if all 124 get off here, then 150 can get on. But if none of them get off, then only 26 can get on. And the reason that's an issue is this is the clockwise loop, which means that stop is the stop before the one that shuttles to work. So the trains are empty after that shuttle, and then they go all the way around the loop, and the last stop is too full. Might be able to remove a different station. Yeah, I see what you mean. Why do they want to use that one and not... Yeah, possibly. I'm just going to hope that 5 trains is enough. But if it's not, then yeah, we'll have a further issue. That was those. Let's look at Pleasant clockwise. No, that's the one we just looked at. Ivy clockwise. is good. Ivy counterclockwise is bad. Evergreen clockwise is very bad. And evergreen counterclockwise is also bad. So the middle one's busiest. So not sure why that person was driving to the university in the next block over when they've got a university next door to them. Because like there's a university here and they lived over here, so why were they driving up here to go to university? Well, this one's got 4,000 student spaces available. Shuttle from one to another using different transportation. Yeah. Put an above ground bus route in that will move people around a bit. Yeah. Even so, I feel like the spacing's small that they ought to walk everywhere. That they would take a bus to. Maybe they want to be with their friends. Yeah, maybe. Could be. Okay, so one thing I want to finish this pedestrian route with the logical, like mirrored sections and stuff like that. So it's going to go like that, then go under. There. It's kind of cool that with the tunnels they're not using the bridge to walk over. It's kind of cool. We still have traffic jams here. It's fine. We're still making profit as a city, so we don't need to worry about it. Merged. Oh, here. That did merge really nicely. I reckon it was like the ground level. So yeah, here where I built the pedestrian route is at the same height tier as the road, whereas here you can kind of see there's a little bend under there. I think it might not have been by ever so slightly, but no big deal. Oh, that traffic is getting bad. I get the feeling we may have made it worse. Too many pedestrians are blocking the roads up. Traffic lights include pedestrian crossing opportunities, so the difference. Yeah, no despawning. Yeah. Makes it harder. Difference between traffic light, timed traffic light, and manual traffic light. Here is, well, like I literally click the buttons to tell them who can go. That's not what I want. On the highway, queue is getting long. Yeah. It's all trucks leaving the map, would be my guess. Yeah. So they're coming out of our industrial area with product, or they've done a delivery, and then they get on the highway and take the nearest route out of town, which is over here. So we can probably alleviate quite a bit of that pressure if we just remove these bridges, because then they'll go the other way, down here. We also want to move this junction to be down here anyway, which might encourage them to take the other route. Though I'm thinking about doing another junction like this at the bottom of Pleasant Hills. Potentially even having another residential area beneath that, which I don't think it will fit there, but we could try. Yeah, I don't know. Another one like that at the bottom, then we'd need a four-way junction, like what's coming out of industrial would need a four-way junction here, which I would like to avoid. A route out of the map that's faster, yeah, that isn't out of the middle of the city. Yeah. Ooh, why don't we? Could do a flyover that goes over the top of it all. Well, why don't we move this junction where I want it anyway, further to the south, and then can't really join over here any differently. We don't own enough land. We can send a road that comes up here. Actually, I wonder whether we should remove this junction and then this road will go south instead and join here. So it'll be an enclosed loop with a city and won't have any through traffic at all. And then, yeah, these guys will come down here in some fashion to get out. The only problem with that is the river's in the way. So we'll need to kind of cross the river and join up over here somewhere. We also can't delete this junction completely because it's off our owned area. Not sure. One thing I would like to do is match our underground pedestrian tunnels up here so that we stay mirrored in the city. Too far. Three-way junction at the bend above the river. Four-way the existing bridge. I know what you mean. I want to avoid four-way junctions. In general, because I find them very inefficient for traffic flow. Sometimes it's unavoidable, like you need them in the case. But yeah, AutoMod didn't like you saying three-way. So I just had to click a button to tell it that's fine. It takes time for an AutoMod to learn about what I really want as a streamer, so because I'm new to streaming, it does do some silly things sometimes. Yeah, so I'll disconnect the bridges from the centre road and connect the top bend to the bridges. I think so. I want to remove this bit, and this through road is going to join to this through road just over the river here, and not join to this exit, not join to the main road at the top here. Then I kind of want to move this road to the left because it gives us more space here. So I want to move that whole road over to the left. This junction will move down so that they're joining south of the city or in line, and then This road's kind of fine. We've got this junction just off the map. It would be better if that was up here. So we might join those roads together. It'll be messy because of where it is, but we could join them together. No, we can't. We don't own enough of this road to really do that. And I think it's quite some time. Need another 6,000 people to get another square. Even then, I'm not sure that square is the one we would want. Well, we know this is unnecessary. Or, I don't want traffic cutting through here. If it's genuinely coming into town, that's fine, but I think there's too much of that, so I'm going to cut this off and see what damage that does. Crafting streams. Yeah. It's just because things sound like a naughty name doesn't mean they are naughty, yeah. Bulky yarn, lacy yarn, yeah. Oh dear. Cut down and then, yeah. Yeah, Donald. It's unnecessary because of this pre-existing off-map road. So anyone that would use this junction to come down and off might as well just take that extra journey and come down. Yeah, just because of this stuff that's off-map at the moment. And ideally that one would be further over, but obviously the river's there, so we don't need to worry about traffic making that journey. They can do it off-map. Like this was just here to make it nice and neat and square, really. It's unnecessary. And so that this through road actually went somewhere, rather than going nowhere. But yeah, we can safely take that out and join it to ourselves down here instead. And then the off-map traffic, we'll use this one up here and this one down here. Or should. It's interesting that this traffic is still trying to drive off the edge of the... and is despawning when we've set that setting saying don't. Very interesting. So for now, we want to join the tips of this together. Facing the other way. Well, it's interesting actually, because then people can do some silly things that we wouldn't, but that's fine. That's fine temporarily. Let's do the same up here temporarily as well. Oh, I see. Connect where the bridges used to connect to where the bend used to connect. Here to here is what I'm thinking of. So these two bits that shoot through the city can join to each other because traffic that's making that journey is got to be city traffic. It can't be off-map traffic doing something through the middle of our city. All of the off-map traffic will stay on this arterial route up the middle and not then drive through here because they're just connecting to itself. That's my idea, yeah. Let me finish taking that all away. Good. Whoa, that's some traffic. Whoa. Yeah. We knew about this. Best thing we can do, at least temporarily, to prevent that is what's this traffic around? So in a stream talking about housing shut. Yep. What did here? That's auto mod for you. There's no like perfect setting. It gives you options of you want to be very strict, a little strict, not at all strict, and I think I've got it on the weakest option and it still just does, you know, what it wants. So what makes clutch pedals interesting. So all I'm trying to do with this junction is prevent them from crossing one another. So people coming over the top have to come off and people coming underneath have to carry on. All that means is people who were aiming to do this junction are going to have to do this one instead and then cut through town, which isn't ideal. But they shouldn't really have an issue with that. They're just coming to one side of town instead of the other. It's a short diversion. This one coming out is different. We can't force everyone coming off to go out of town. I mean, we could. It would just send them all the way to the bottom if they needed to come back to residential, which is not right. It's not what we want, unfortunately. So that will just keep that flying for now until I can think of what the best thing to do with this junction is, because it's not good as it is at the moment, for sure. Right, so if I want to move this road over to the left, we have a problem. There's stuff underground. Okay, it should all be okay. There's this tunnel, which is a problem. This one should be okay, however we move it over. Might have a problem if it's exactly on that curve. Yeah, we'll have a problem if it's on that curve. We have to redo that train line. Could have some modding. Yeah, it's I mean, what I've found so far is that the people who want to do something bad know how automod works and get around it. So automod has only penalised good people and done nothing to stop the bad people who've come in. So I'm not sure automod is the answer to moderation needs. You need people, which is, for me in the games I play, I can moderate my own chat pretty easy. Because I'm spending half the time just sat here talking to you and not actually playing the game, so not such a bad thing. People who are playing something with a lot of action who can't stop, I guess they need other people. Get an AI actually capable of understanding, they might be able to auto-moderate. Yeah. But you can't. It's fine, and everyone wants something different, of course. Different streamers want different things in their chat. They want to permit different things. And ban, auto-ban other things, so it is what it is. If we move the road, how far over am I thinking? I'm thinking like all the way over, like to here. So we should probably move the train lines over to the right. And we've just got to worry about these ones here, which there won't be any other tunnels near there. There's just these tunnels. One here, one here. So as we move them far enough left, that this train line can run to the right of the tunnel entrance, then it will be okay. But in order to do this, we will need to pause while we do the whole thing. But to pause while we do the whole thing, we're going to need a lot more than 2 million saved up. So let's be at full speed and saving while we think about how we're going to approach it. Interesting. Random wave has appeared in the river. Some random flood from upstream. Ooh. Yeah, you want yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? So because I permitted that message earlier, I said this message is okay. So Automod now thinks that that term is acceptable in all contexts. So anyone can say that now. Which you just can't tell it. Well, it's okay if it's next to this word or after that word or whatever. So yeah, it doesn't have the option of learning better. And from what I've seen, they're all the same. You know, some people have got like the Stream Elements bot or the Streamlabs bot or Nightbot or whatever chatbot it is. They all function in the same fashion, as far as I can tell. Build the junction down here where I want it to be, like where this one's going to move down here. I think some of it. We might have to wiggle this around a bit silly while I work on it. Let's start laying some things out in some places. An artificial intelligence capable of learning context. Yeah, shouldn't need to be told, no. Yeah. Even if, I mean, yeah, that technology exists, it might not be ready to use, but it exists. And then, even if it's ready to use, it doesn't mean it's ready to use as an auto mod in Twitch. Yeah. Okay, so this is like the edge of there. Industrial area. The gap we want, let's say 10 units to the centre. Then the roads run off centre slightly, like that. That should be 10 units, or 8 units to 12, yeah. So that's where they're going to be. Just need to have, like any of these junctions comes over by 4 units and then has a road, so that were here. That would be 4 units over, and then it would run there. Should be another 6 units from there, which 4 units. Oh yeah, 4 units from there, of course. Which is acceptable. If 4 units is okay, it's okay. There's where it's going to run. That's fine, and we're happy with that. Just need to line up down here with that. It's not quite right. That's 179.6 degrees, not 180 degrees. We'll just have to do. It's probably, yeah, it's because there's a hill there. It's fine, it's no big deal. Yeah, a supercomputer to run it, yeah. Which Don't think Twitch are willing to spend the money on that. That corner is currently in a sensible position, so in terms of being neat to the industrial area, we would come off here. In terms of being neat to the residential, we would be 8 units below here. Just there. Can get a good snap on that. Get a good snap on that. Yes, I can keep that snap point. Yeah. That, I think. No, yeah, Twitch aren't gonna pay out any more than they have to for anything. That's wrong way round, right? Yeah, that should face that way and should be going that way. So that's where the junction would be if we were lining it up like that one is. We're not going... Ooh. Wasn't planning on sending it in a straight line there, but we could, for a few reasons. Then we could send it up to this junction up here. And then the other direction down, or... If we got another square, we could connect over better to this road. That's... I mean, it's not really an option because I've got nowhere to build. We've filled in our grid. So I have like no plans on how to expand beyond 42,000 people. Unfortunately. So I don't think we should plan on buying any squares. Which means we can't join onto that road, so we want either a four-way that sends one up to there and the rest down, which... I mean, it would probably be used a lot. It's kind of unnecessary. We're close enough to down here. Yeah, three-way that heads down. But we could have the three-way facing the other direction, and then the road that comes off still joins down here, but curls around. Terminates there, and there's nothing here. It's an option. Instead of that, we'd have it going across here. If we do that, then I'd rather it was lined up with the bottom of here instead of the output of here. So we will do that. How far is that? 21. That's too far. Unit gap for the junction. Yeah, we'll do it like that. Then we'll change this corner to just smoothly come around and join this instead. Be fine. Yeah, go on, yeah. Not just Jeff. Jeff and his friends. Okay, so but we want to do this like in the new way I was playing around with up here. So these should be these one-lane highway ramps. Goes forward 6. There's an 8-unit corner. some more and then joins where the angle's under 180, like that. Same on this side. Just make them face the right way. That's the easy road. Yeah. That's quite a hill we built on. That will mess things up a bit. We need to do something about that before we build this out. Didn't notice that. A little flyover bit will struggle on a hill that extreme. Cut this back to here. Then we'll do some landscaping, I guess. Let's bring the whole hill down. Do this bit that's got a road on at the moment later. We realign that. It's very helpful rain, that makes it very easy to see what I'm up to. Yeah. Bring it down. Funny hill here as well. About this level, I guess that darker ring. It's a bit severe. Be okay-ish. Just need to, obviously it's not very well levelled. I've just bringing the height down at the moment and then we'll level it out. If I can manipulate these tools well enough to do that. That's pretty good. We've cut that hill all the way back. This bit could do with a bit more. Yeah, and then if we just level that out a bit, it should be sensible height, I think. Maybe. Let's level it out and give it a go. Helpful if this level terrain tool. Click with secondary mouse to choose target height. Okay, that's might be what I was doing wrong before. That's the height I want, I think. Or is... yeah, that's the height I want. Not that big. What's around here? we go. Just as we're finishing up, the rain will stop and we can see what we're doing. Need to cut a bit more of that road back to get it properly level. Don't want to delete the last bits though, because they're showing where it belongs. Do there. That's good enough. Just a big lump there to take away when that road is actually moved. Okay, so if that's nice and level now, we can get the roads back into place. To end up, I think it's 18 units away. There's a snap there that's getting in the way. Need road guide line snap on to get here in the first place. That's 21 units. If I go 3 more forward, that was 2. It's 26 units, so I need to go 8 more forward. Yep. That's in the right spot, so we can redo those easy ones that I did before. 6 units, an 8 unit corner. Not sure if we could do that differently, because those 6 unit straight bits make me feel like we could do it. I mean, we could do it tighter, but I don't know, it's fine. Looks good. We know it does on the other ones. Used to drive the other direction. Good. Okay, so yeah, we just need the tunnel and the bridge now. We start them in line with this point. I think it's 4 units out, and then which left side is bridge. Good, got it the right way. That also needs to join at less than 108 degrees, which is there. Facing that way. And then it's gone up, so then we do the corner, which is 16 units, looks right. I need to move the road where the support is going to try and place itself. Let's move that support out of the way. The road's facing the right way, and then we can put the highway back in. Nope, didn't move it enough. It's better. Then back down to the ground. Should be, yeah, it is 4 units away, good. We're going to need to roll this road in so we can join at the right angle. Allow me to join. That is the wrong point anyway. Yeah, that's the right point. Good. Good, good, good. There's the bridge up and over. So now we need the tunnel that goes under. Have a good snap there. Let's try with a different road. Oh, there we go. Nope. Yeah, close. There. Opposite that one. I'll get a good snap there either. There, just before 90 degrees. Then 10 units down. Good. 16 unit corner. That look right? Looks about right. Yeah, must be. Come back up to the surface. That doesn't quite look right, but keeps trying to snap where I don't want it to. That time it won't let me put it where I want. Be there. I'll have to come back a bit. That is not the 4 units it's supposed to be. Something is wrong with this. Let's start again. Okay. What is that trying to snap on? To snap an angle but not on road. There we go. That's better. That should join there. That is not straight. Okay. It should be, but it's not. And it won't snap. Do I need road? No. That's better. Ah, although now it's unhappy. Oh, it's just because that's facing the wrong way. That's better. Good. Vaguely happy again. 16 unit corner. It's looking better. Of 10 units to come back up. That should be 4 units away, which it is. I should be able to join just under 108 degrees, which we do. Good. Sure, we could make that even closer, even tighter junction. But that's fine. It fits in the space anyway. It's been good all along. Okay, so the actual road structure is built. Just need to do everything that we do with the mods, which is going to be different this time around, because I want them to be different. So we're going to use vehicle restrictions to prevent all traffic on the inside lane. Or outside lane, whatever you call it. And then on the other side as well, I guess. Good. And then lane connections. The default should work fine, but we're just going to make it obvious. Because that definitely should have. The default should have changed that so it knew it was right turn only. But never mind. These junctions as well, I guess, need to be changed in some fashion. So I guess we're not going to use those lanes either. Or should I? I think we should change this so they turn into one lane earlier. If we do that, I'd kind of rather squish it all down. Oh, we can't, can we? Because that, the furthest we can push it forward is so that that support is just before here. So we could push it forward. Could. It's not much. But I think I would like to give it a go and at least see what it looks like. Let's start again. So that's on the basis that let's take this out as well. 4 units to the left of there. 10 units away from here. So there. No. 10 units away from next to there, which is harder to measure. I can see where that goes. That's the point, so it's 10 units along from there. That's where we start going up. And that's where we finish going up, like that. And that's still on the basis of being 4 units away. What if we don't? The minimum, well, the minimum is 3 units. I guess we might as well do 4, and then you can't. Yeah, 4 is fine. That should be that type of road, actually. In the usual fashion, it should rejoin under 180 degrees, which it won't do. If it was rejoining that type of road. A little better. Let's finish the theory and then we'll see what I think of it. So this then needs to be 11 unit corner, which is fine for speed reasons. Yeah. Still going to have a support in an awkward position, which is annoying, but there we go. 11 unit corner. 10 units to come back down to the ground. Under 108 degrees. That should be 4 units away, which it is. Good. So that's all fine. Just need to move that support over. Doesn't look like it collided, but there you go. Must have been a close one. Okay, and then that. Now a lot. Not much closer at all. No, we're still going to have a quite a long straight section. Why don't we make it level with there? Don't know, either straight and then curve and then straight is... It's 13, so it's a 9 unit corner. Which we can't do. Won't fit under there. In which case, the 8 units, the smallest we can do without losing speed. Could lose speed, but so we want to finish 12 units away. Yeah, we try an 8 unit corner, which does fit under there, so that's kind of spot on. Very nice, actually. Yeah, I like that. Which means the distance from there to there is 10 units. Should we have a 10 unit straight and then join? Just join. Either way, we're going to be short of the other side of the road, but visually I think I prefer just joining. Be there. Oops. Bridge is going the wrong way. Bridge should be coming up and over and down. Yet tunnel goes under and out. That road goes this way. This road goes that way. All fine. We need to move the tunnel. Oh, the whole side is wrong. Not wrong, but in the old alignment, isn't it? So let's sort that out. I can't say I'm entirely happy with it at the moment. Yes, we shall see. Then, yeah, coming off, gonna need a marker to line up. Can't snap because that snapping point is the start of a corner, so, and it's too close to where I want to be. That's 8 units, we want to get to 12. That's where I'm aiming for. No snap point there. That's not great. Try it from the other side. For the snap point, there's 7 units from this one. It's there. That doesn't particularly help. That distance is 10 units. Okay. So 4 units that way. 10 units this way. That's the point where we're going to be going down. Or coming up. Like that. You turn the whole city around, or you're working at the top. I'm facing backwards. This is the way I normally point. There's the normal city. But I've turned around because I'm pretending I'm driving into this junction as I work it out. For whatever reason, it just makes more sense in my head as I'm working the roads out if I'm look like I'm driving up towards it or something. So what was this corner in the end? 11? 11 unit corner, okay. With unhelpful snap points here. That I reckon thinking is the right one. I think it's halfway through the curve on that side. We'll see. Looked away, yeah. Looked away, looked back, and everything was upside down, yeah. But we can't fit this road here because of that road. Okay. There's no other option there. We need to be 4 units away from the road, so we can't move that. We can't move it further back. Can't move it further forward. Okay, so this has to come further this way. Now is 2 units. That doesn't work, does it? There. Fit either. Force it with... Yeah, but I don't want to have to do that every time we build a junction, I guess. Then we could do it, and then we can somehow, I hear, there's a way to copy and save it. I think it's with Move It as well. You can grab all the roads and like export it into the editor and then save it as one you can just stamp down. Which, if we only have to do it once, then that might be okay. Oh, yeah, lots of little things I have no idea are there. We've overshot my second break again, or when I usually have my second break, so I'll leave us ramping up some money again and then go take a break. I just noticed because my throat's feeling a bit, so I'm going to go give it a break and fill my drink up and all the sensible little things like that. And then, yeah, I guess 2 to 3 minutes I'll be back and we'll carry on trying to sort that junction out. Yeah, we'll give it a go with Move It and see if we can get that right. Well, I'm not entirely sure I like the look of it, but we'll come with a fresh brain in a couple minutes and take another look, so I'll see you then. Hello there, I am back from a brief break. Brain is a little refreshed. We will take another look at this junction and how we're going to deal with this. I guess before I spend any time fiddling with Move It to sort that tunnel out, the bit that bothers me is this junction here, so I'd like to see if I can sort this out in a way that I actually like. And if I can, then it's worth fiddling with it and seeing. And if I can't, then we'll have to do something different. I think what I'm looking for is the node controller. I want to line that up with that. That up with that. So right, yeah, like that and that, that and that. That'll shift the lanes over, so better, definitely. It's not quite perfect, like the width of that isn't the same as the width of that, I guess. Kind of nice if single lane, because there's a straight section there, if it was all the way down. Can we? Middle, yeah. Not line that up with, well, with that. Ah, yeah, you can, okay. Very cool. Actually, I like that. Yes, okay. That is kind of in line with there. They'll come into the right-hand lane and then they'll change lanes on their way down there. Don't know, it's a bit funny, but I like it in general, so that we can use that mod to line things up is good. Can we then... Well, it still doesn't quite line up with everything, which is a bit... There's anything to be done for it. Looks a bit silly. We'll do that, and then... We have a filler, right, that would... Those options are better than chevron. Well, unless we can... No, I don't think gravel is better. It could be, but I don't think so. Just want to turn them... Oh, angle between. Interesting. Width. Depth, okay. Offset from lines, offset from median. Ah, okay. Well, that's kind of cool. So the distance from the line to where the chevron begins. Back like that. Interesting. No, so that is the right angle. Sorry, you're back as well. Good. I think I think you need to. I think any streamer that goes more than 2-3 hours without like stopping at some point in the middle is just asking for trouble for their own health or what they're able to do. You know, your brain just starts melting if you do the same thing for too long. So yeah, I absolutely think everyone should every few hours just. I don't have to do much. I don't do much. I just kind of like walk in a little circle and top my drink up, and that's it usually. Well, it's a good. I think it's a good thing, healthy habit to have, not to sit staring at a screen non-stop for all day long. And for your eyes, yeah, for sure. These are not really doing what I want. They appear to kind of turn when I want them to be in the opposite of that. Invert. Ah, there we go. Well, we're getting somewhere. What's the angle between is like how pointy your chevrons are. Step is, yeah, like how many you're fitting. These are like the size of them, yeah, okay. None of those particularly matter to me. I want in the middle of the tip to be in the middle of the lane, really. I don't see an option to do that. I don't know what's that, left guide 3-4. Not entirely sure what I've done there. Maybe I should have done more research into how these mods work before I downloaded and installed and started playing with them. Aha! That is, okay, that is how you do it. So I don't need that actual line. I don't like the one at the end. Let's, that one should be solid though. And the filler, so you change the left guide and the right guide to be like the left and the right of the, yeah, that makes sense. And then I actually want that inverted, and we want to kind of shift the whole thing so that we don't have a partial chevron at the top, which the offset, you can use the offset to do it, which isn't that bad. It's not bad at all. But kind of, if we've got less of a chevron at the top, I'd like to have more of one at the bottom, I guess. I don't believe that's an option. Change the step until that changes the size of them. Let's have it like that. That's close enough. So that's a nice pointy chevron in the right place in the right kind of fashion. That's what the junction would look like. I do like that. I mean, maybe our chevrons should be in yellow or something. I don't know. Yeah, that's fine. And I would still like to be able to remove these arrows. Like this one shouldn't be saying turn to the right because you're one lane going into one lane. You just follow the road. Yeah, that's good. So that being good, or me being happy with the potential there, do kind of want to be able to fit everything like this. Or now I've got another idea. So what if we swapped them round? What if the bridge came down here and this offshoot came down here? It would move this junction over to the right, which isn't a disaster at all. Let's have a look at doing that then. Just doing a few hours of sandboxing with road junctions, but that is kind of what I thought I would end up doing today, so I'm not complaining. So yes, one of those, and we will go. And all the distance is the same, so that can stay there and just immediately go up? No. No, we want the up to finish like how it was before. So 14 units from the road. 14 units? No, closer. Closer. We want to be up in the air as close to the road as we can be, which is there. And that's where we do the 11 unit corner. 2, 3, 4, yeah. Which we need to take the road out underneath to do that. 11 unit corner. And then it will be 10 units down to the ground. It could be less. We could do it in 8. We could do it in 7 apparently. Don't we? Because it looks a bit rubbish, yeah, okay, fine. It'll come down over 10 because I know I like the kind of angle of that curve. It's not bad. And then join there, under 180 degrees. Rotate things so they're pointing in the right direction. And then I need to move that support, don't we? Get the highway back into place. That one's there, then the other one that's shooting off of here is going to do the other angle, so it should be units away. And then it's not right, okay. Be 91 degrees, we don't want 91 degrees. So it's not that snap point. Can I get the one 2 units away? It's probably too far. Let's try it. Yeah, that is too far. So I know where I want it to end. Can't get a snap in the right place. 4 units out. In the road. Can't get part of that removed. There we go. I want to finish one in front of there, and from there we should be able to do less than 180 degrees to join that point, which we can. Good. Then corner at the right angle, so that one's not quite 1 unit further back than that, I think. This corner was 8. We want a 9 unit corner, but we're not getting the right angle of snapping. I think that's enough space to work in. They're not making it easy. No, that won't snap right. Okay. What can we do about that? Round the corner with a snap, maybe? No, okay, but we want 9. So forward 3, and then I get a nice, neat, tidy 9-unit corner. Looks like it. Those ones and join 180 degrees. There we go. Everything facing the right way. Interesting. Can't say I'm a huge fan. This doesn't really look like it comes off, does a corner and then goes back. It looks like a really weird wiggle shape, which I think it's vaguely like the default one. Compared to them, it doesn't look as good, I don't think. A smoother corner. The source of that, I think, is because this is the one-lane road, which it just looks different. Think of any other way we can align them all. These be closer? Can be. Start there. Do, what's that going to be? I think that's an 8-unit corner. It might need to be 7, which won't work. The 8, and that's 4 units away, that's right. That joins at the right angle. This one in a similar fashion. Ah, of course. Is that just because of the distance? Can we get closer and be under 180 degrees? That's too close. Close to 180 degrees, so do we want to be closer or closer? I think 6 units forward and then join won't let us. That would be the first available under 180 degrees, but no. If we do the aligning first, it's not good either. Yeah, so that road has to come at a slight curve, can't be like how I had it on the other time. Doesn't make a difference to your ability to join it either, so it needs to be a 4-unit difference. But then looking at that, I'm not happy with that. The bridge's nodes can't be shifted over to line up with that road, whereas these ones on the ground can, so they want to be on the right hand side because that's the one that needs shifting on the nodes. So this is not a winner. That's, yeah. To redo it, bridge and tunnel on the outside, but instead of the bridge point being right next to the road, we want to move 4 units away. there, but in the air. There. 4 units from that road as well as that. By any chance the right place? Yes. That was lucky. Good. So that is literally where. The curve needs to be... looks like a 12 unit curve. Which we need to... that road out the way to do. So yeah, 12 unit curve down to the ground over 10. Can do a... no, I like 10. Do 10. That support needs moving a lot, which I think is going to look quite silly if we move it to the right. Let's have a look. Not too bad. Okay, move it back a bit. That work? Yep. Yep, that's fine. And then actually join the road. Flip the direction. That's fine. Down to the ground over 10 units, and then join the road at the right angle. It's exactly 180 degree option. That's unusual. Let's try it. And then all of that road leading into there is not going to be like that, so that's fine. This one on the ground then, so it's like 10 units get it in line with there, and then 10 units are 4 units away, so it's a 10 unit corner. This 10 unit or that 10 unit? There, I guess. Then to follow the same pattern, so I guess it's a 10 unit straight. That 10 unit straight joins, so is it 10 unit then join, or is it join immediately? Kind of like 10 then join. How that looks. Yeah, fine. Get them facing the right direction. Then something wrong, so remove that. Put it lined up on this side. Round one is 10 units forward. Almost 10-ish units. 10 unit corner. Looks right, yeah. 10 units forward, and then join under 180. There. Is all facing the right way, that's fine. Right, then yeah, we just need a tunnel on this side, so units away from there. We've got a snap point. Interesting. There, we're going under, which we can't do. Okay. Let's work it from the other direction to start with, and then see how about we go. That snap point is 6 units from this one. Which is there. That doesn't help. I need that one, which is 15 away from this one. Which is not an option for some reason. No, can't do it that way around. Okay. Thought this end out. Can I? So if I remove this corner and send my road underground. Have it join onto here. Exactly 180. That's good. Do our 12 unit corner. Yep. Get that snap. Get back up above ground. Is that 10? I think something I've downloaded has changed where these pop-ups are appearing. They're covering the measurements a lot more often than they used to. Is that rejoined? Okay. So one thing bothering me is now the inside route is before the outside route joins. So my options are to cut this short here. It's probably the best option. Let's just do that. Cut that short. Don't do that side yet. Kind of want that to be at the same point, so should have measured before I deleted. If we come, how far is that? It's about 14 units, so I'm expecting to need to come this way by 4 or 5. Let's try 5. Let's try 4. That is right. Okay, good. There's just a little 4 unit straight on that side. Then the corner, then the 10 unit. That's not bad looking, actually. I'm mostly happy with that at the moment. They're going to move as well, but I want to get this corner in place before I do that. So what do I need to do? I need to move the tunnel down. What can I grab? Grab that underground node. Is there a key that will, only move it orthogonally? Snapping? Yes. Maybe. Toolbox. Why? Set position. Is it the X or the Y that I want to move it in? Let's take 50 away from, no, 2 away from there and see what happens. I'm going to add 2 back. That was left, right. So instead of -976, what if it was 0? That's the correct direction. Don't think that was enough, so let's try 965. It does change the curvature of the bend so that it won't be parallel to the other side anymore, so we may need to fiddle with this a little for me to be happy with that, but we will see. Still can't get around that corner. So it was 976, and I'm going to go with 960. So we've added 16 to that number. Still can't make the join. Don't think this is right anymore. I think that's too far, basically. That's how I feel about that. We can go 2 units forward and do an 8-unit curve, which does fit. Okay. What if I move this node again back to 970? If I move it back to 976. Yep, that's fine. Doesn't actually touch the road surface. So assuming I got those numbers right and didn't forget them halfway through, that's all good. We just need the bit road there to be going the right direction. And then we need to change this curve on the left. 2 more units straight, then an 8-unit curve. Which won't fit where that post is. Ooh. Okay. That's a frustration. So I don't want to move the node. I want to just move this post. Yeah, that's an option. Okay. Do our 8-unit curve. Make sure the road's facing the right direction. That's right. And then move that post back as close as we can get it without being silly. So touching the gravel but not the tarmac, I guess. That'll do. Okay, good. That's in keeping with our previous designs, and the angles look good on that in my opinion. So we just need to do some mod stuff. We want to align that edge to that edge, and then that edge to that edge. And then we'll come around the corner and have a nice straight line into the outside lane. We'll align that edge to that edge. That's good. I think we need to align anything else on that curve. No, that's fine. That's good. Do the same on this side. Align that edge to that edge. That one to that one. And that one to that one. They're nice and mirrored. That looks good actually. Happy with that. What's these doing? Do we need to realign any of this? I mean, we could. Could align that end to that end. Already is. This one to this one? No. Undo. Set the default. There we go. Good. So that and that, I guess we're not changing, maybe. Didn't seem significant enough to warrant doing. And this side, I imagine this same. Yeah, not really. Changes the angle a little. But no, not significantly. Oh, we can move that back. That's might be necessary after we've put other lines into place. Okay. So that's it for nodes for now. We need to ban vehicles on those lanes. Can I apply to road? Yeah, it stops at those junctions. That's good. Ah, we weren't finished. I need to line this bit up as well. 6 units from the end of the curve to there. Then join there. So that angle isn't right. That is when I do it that way around. Okay. Fine. Yes, that one's fine. You want to, yeah, ban traffic. That's what I need to ban traffic this side as well. And that's it. Speed limits, I mean, the slip roads are currently set to 80. We could increase it to 100. I think I will. No reason for them to be slowing down, as long as I can do the corner safely. No traffic lights to fiddle with, there's no pedestrian crossings to remove, lane connection, so pretty sure the default is going to work how it ought to, but why don't we? Make it obvious. And we could allow them to come out of here onto the middle, I guess. It's gonna, the actual animation of that is probably going to have the car cross over the chevrons we put in, but from a functional perspective I think they should be able to do that. This is just all straight singles, and on this side. Yeah, all the junctions, good. Ah, lane arrows. You can't. Delete is reset to default. Right click is leave the selected segment. Alt click separate turning lanes for selected segment. Control click separate turning lanes for entire junction. Don't know what they do. This gives the option to change the symbol but not to remove it, so that's not quite what I was after. What about junction restrictions? Won't do it. Fine. So I think we're just going to do the intersection marking now. So we want this junction, for example. Let's change how the cars act. Oh, I see. Yeah. Which, because I've done the lane connector tool, it won't do anything. Yeah. So from there to there with a solid line. There to there with a solid line. There to there with a solid line. Then dashed lines across here. And then a filler around this block with a chevron. The left guide is here to here. Getting 2 dots there. The right hand one of them, I guess. I don't know. And the right guide is there to there. It's kind of pretty that way around. I was thinking of it that way around, but that's no, I mean that's right, isn't it? Correct. So that's the direction of travel, so the chevrons should be... For my world, I can decide the rules. Step before we had like 3, that was better I think than that. I want some offset from the lines, that looks visibly good. Small one, 0.3. Then step's the only thing to change then. He is a bit too spread. 2 is not bad. Okay. Yeah, something like that, maybe. 7.5 and step 2. Okay, it's something. It'll do. What about colour? Yellow. It's a bit out of place, I think. Yeah, we'll leave it at default. It, I don't think the world looks right in there with bright yellow. Okay. Can I copy markings? But they're not going to be the same anywhere else, are they? So I can't just paste them over the road here because apply. Kind of can. That is a good look. Only question is, should the chevrons be inverted on this side? I think yes. I actually really like the way it looks on that side and not on this side, so I think I might invert these as well just because I like the look of it more. Yeah, I am. Okay, that's cool. Copy paste. Nice. It will be interesting to see what the people in the middle lane do. We might force them out of the middle lane earlier on. Sure. We'll check back in on it later anyway. So they're prettied up. The roads are normal, so it's just these other like junctions. We've got a leaving and an exit on each side. So this should have a solid line there. Yeah, look like they're in trouble. Yeah. If you're coming down here and you definitely have to pick a side. Wonder if we can get like a landscaping. No, I was thinking some way of just placing random objects down. If there's one that's like a barrier, or those big water bucket things you have for stopping cars that run on. Be kind of good to have those there. It'd look good. Doesn't look like I have the option. I could put a great big rock at the end there, but that would not make things better for people. One like that, yeah. Straight on, yeah. Have to drive carefully, I guess. Right, intersection marking here, so Solid line there, solid line on the outside. There. And that should be dashed, and that should be dashed as well. And then there'll be a line from there to there. Let's make it dashed like the others for now. Some light detailing makes sense, yeah. How people get started, yeah, probably. So, okay, stripes look pretty good there. Interestingly. I haven't decided yet what we're going to do all the way down that middle lane, so we may change that off of stripes to something else, but that looks pretty good to me. Very good. Not sure what's happened there. Just a random patch with no paint. Bit weird. Can I rebuild that to fix it? Yes, good. Okay, and then so this other side of the road, solid line there, solid around that corner and on the outside. Then that should be a dashed line, and that, and then that I want it dashed as well. We fill this in. Stripes will do for now. Great. It should be. So now we just need to detail this in a lane all the way along, I guess. Stripes don't look bad. Aligned properly like that. Kind of. Maybe do them all and then try a few different things. Key is what I'm looking for. There we are. Section. Then this join is the same junction as this, so if we copy markings from there, go to paste them here. That is not right. Turn. Okay. Interesting how that works. That's cool. That is correct. We would just probably remove that cross line there and the same one on here. You get this whole, that looks pretty good with stripe. Marked off here and then all the way along, all lined up nicely, and the same on this end. Kind of like that. And there are other options. Grid I don't like at all. Solid is an option. And there's a gap there between the edge line and the solid that I'm not entirely happy with. Better fill that somehow. Chevron, if we put it, that's the left. That's the right. It's pretty nice. I like chevron in general. Does it make it clear that that lane is not to be used? I'm not sure. Stripe does a better job of that. And the others, yeah, pavement, grass and gravel aren't going to do it. I like stripe. Let's go with stripe for now. So this I can copy this end. Take it. Tick. Then fill in the stripes all the way down here. That'll be that part of the junction all prettied up. This little bit of the section. Just need to take that cross line out, actually, the one I put in there. Sure I did the same at this end. Yep. Yep, okay. I think that looks good. I think it makes it obvious that that lane is not in use. Only thing that bothers me is that arrow. I don't think I've got any option of removing it on any of the mods I've still got installed, so we'll have to come back to that at a later point after I find a mod to do that. This end, what if we change them to stripes? No, I don't like that. Really don't like that. No. Solid's an okay option. Just a bit sudden. A bit sudden as well. So no, I'm going to fix that by copying this one over again. There we go. Okay. Yeah, happy with that. Happy with how that's all looking. How it's all aligned. Not bad at all. So to connect bits up. This end is going to join these roads, perhaps in a neater way. Like going straight across and then point, because we can't join over here, so going straight over there is not really much point. And tidying these roads up so that they're aligned how I align them isn't really worth it with the way that junction is, so we kind of just join them here in a smooth fashion. Can't buy that area. No, I've not got any tokens to buy with. We need to reach 48,000 people to get one more, and we probably need more than one to deal with all that. We get to 90,000, we get all of them. But yeah, like I've said, I think this is... I've finished the layout for this city. It's got the industrial area over here, it's got the residential over here. There's not really anywhere else to put things. Yeah, there is. I could also change... I've got the mod that unlocks all of them, and you can change, I think, the settings on that to give them all to you at the start instead of the end. Like, it was an option. But even so, you know, it could be time to start a new city. Potentially. Like, I'm still going to carry on sorting these roads out today, but I mean, after today, it could be time to start something new. A new challenge, a new layout, or different settings on the mods or whatever to make it different, easier, or whatever. go ahead now, we'll have a problem. I want to move this junction over first as well. Might have trouble if we try and... Sorry. Might have trouble with the tunnels underneath if we don't do it all at once. Let's try out this... Saving this one. So we've got move tool. Here's a marquee selection. Select that whole... I don't need the whole road, do I? Let's go from node to node, I guess, from there over to there. Do I hold shift to add more? That's a typical kind of, thing. Those nodes as well. Do I need a bit of extra road in order to remember that? Maybe. Let's fill these. Can't really. Just want them to be like equal, not one longer than the other. It's 9 units and one of them's 12. That's not helpful. Let's not worry about it. Let's grab a little extra road every side as much as it will let us. Is that can't go underground with this, so I can't see if it's selected the tunnel. But again, that's pretty easy to add. It's just a corner that we add in between those things if it's not copying it. Moved it down. You're right. What did I press? How did I do that? Did I just accidentally drag it or something? Ah. Page down because I was trying to get underground. Okay. Oops. There. Back above ground. It's also... I've moved it there as well. That's up arrow, down arrow. Yeah, okay. Okay. I think I've fixed it. Right. Before I do more damage, so duplicate in place, or copy, bulldoze, toolbox. Want to export selection. Give it a name. I think there's an undo it mod. Export. Okay. So I've kind of saved that, right? So now if I unselect everything, then I can import one of them, and I've got it in my grabber. And I hope that will apply between saves as well. So if I open a different city, I'll be able to import the same junction. I hope. It's not snapping. I need to snap on there. Yes. Okay, good. So mate, there you go. I've taught you something today as well. To be in line with that, and also in line... quite snap like everything else does. It's not snapping to that, for example. If I get the starting points in place, it looks like it will snap the nodes together. So let's bring this road over away. There's a lot to move it can do, but that, yeah, it's really good. one thing I read earlier, because I've been in these sessions that we've been streaming, I've been making these junctions over and over again, and I was looking for a way of just doing it once. And I know you can, like from the main menu of the game, you can go to the editor and create an intersection and save it, and it'll then appear in this menu here. So that was one way, is to like build it in the editor and then use it. But I know I wanted to kind of build it in the city. It just, my head's in the right place when I'm here, so seemed better. So yeah, when I was looking up how to kind of deal with that, I saw that you can use Move It mod to like, yeah, export and import the things you've got selected. This one should be here. It's not snapping. Okay. Gonna be able to do this. That right spot. Looks like it. It's a 180-degree angle, so that looks right. Good. Ground's a bit uneven there, so that's might not be lining up right, but we'll see. Use it to connect roads when the game thinks it's too narrow. Okay. But yeah, nudge the height of things. Yeah, yeah, makes sense. Okay, so there's some guide roads. What happens if I import now? Get those. This is where the imperfect alignment of the default game annoys me. The nodes at the top, it doesn't line up with the bottom. If I... Thank you. Cut them back a bit and try and import again. The angle's just not quite right. It's quite loose. Are there any other snapping options here? Follow terrain off? It's probably going to make an absolute mess, but yeah, that's not helping. No, it doesn't look like a toggle grid. No, that's unrelated. Kind of aligning it by eye, which I don't want to do. I want it to snap the nodes. Doesn't look like it's going to do that. Could level all the ground out. See if that makes it easier. So we want to be... Well, that is uneven actually. That might have been the problem I was having. You kind of want to be level with this road over here, so that kind of level. It's, yeah, going to make a big cliff actually. Quite a sudden change in height. Just want to cut it far enough over to put the junction in, and then the roads can adjust more beyond that. It's turned into quite a cliff over there now. Ooh. No, we don't want to go the tunnel poking out of the ground. Let's raise that bit up a bit more. Yeah, probably adjust things afterwards a bit more as well. Yeah, it's a good point. That's reasonable-ish. Need to line these up again. Doesn't really want to do. It's close enough, I think. Yeah, that's brought it down to the right level, I think, and then to be in line with there. That. I think they're wrong way around. Yes. Okay, let's try and import again, see how it goes. It's still not great. I'd hope it would just snap all 4 bits together, but the thing that Road Anarchy did. Okay. Made this a bit more. New mod is called Network Anarchy. Let me scribble that down. We can I'm gonna look for that after the stream and see what else it does, because I've still got to find that mod that does the lets me remove the arrows as well, which could be the same mod, I guess. So if I snap the nodes, it used to be that the end of the road I put in is in a bad place, so I could move them. I know the road on my right is in the correct place. That's the one we really should snap to. But then the other roads are in the right place to cut through the city, so they can't be. So when we snap that there, it's close other than being a whole road's width away. So can I cut this back 4 units? Doesn't look right. I cut it back a road's width. That would be there. Or what, forward from there? That's probably right. I think let's line it up and see. Let's move the nodes and create nodes. Now, creating nodes would be helpful for sure. Is the bottom one that is correct. It's placed. That's interesting. It's kind of really forced the road on over the top of the other one. See, it's accidentally deleted the wrong ones there. Okay, we can we can still copy this onto here. Here. Good, let's solve that. And it's got all of the markings, that's excellent. The only thing that was missing from the copy is the underground tunnel. Or it might be the case, but that's 12 unit corner. Oh dear. It's not far enough underground. Because I lowered the ground here, I guess. So, to take the tunnel entrances away, which means we need to redo the little nudging we did over there. It's a little frustrating, but never mind. And we can't get the right angle. Will that let us do it? No. Okay. It's interesting. Because this ground, we flattened this ground out, so... ground to flat ground, it should have been okay. Just guess not. Need to get a right angle on one of these. Do it. Go underground. Do the 12 unit corner. Then rejoin there. So that bit's okay. Then we needed to move that node. It's at 303 currently, so we're going to drop it to 275. No. This is facing the other way. We're at 1460. Let's go to 1430. Put the corner back in. Yeah. It's a little funny because I aligned it over with the node controller, so that stat point isn't in the middle of the road anymore. It just threw me a bit. Then move the node back to 1460. It's touching even less than the other one was. It's fine, just the ground level, I guess. Good, so that's that one, and it is lined up with where it needs to run into the city. And we didn't have any problem with the rail tunnel, so we are actually moving far enough over that those tunnels aren't going to affect each other. We can just leave it where it is, which is good. So we just need to insert another one further up, the next entrance to the city. Get this at the right spot, so that node is slightly beyond where that goes on. Could be different this end, but let's try there. Goes that way. that looks if we import it in. Not far off at all. Just have to deal with the... It's the same, it actually does... If you look at the roads, it looks like it pastes it in higher off the ground. Something at a weird angle or something, not sure. Yeah, we'll move them and reconnect them. It's not a perfect join, but I think I prefer this to actually rebuilding the entire junction every single time. But still. I want to delete the one that's not got the markings on if I got it wrong. Got it right on that side, okay. Yeah, it's all fine, so yeah, I just need to copy that design onto there. So that's all good. Those roads are ready to run into the city when we take the old junctions out. So the last bit, I suppose, is this junction right at the top. Ah, hang on. Need to do the underground tunnel here, don't I? If it will let me this time. No, same problem. Okay, so remove that bit and that. Get our right angle marker in again. Go underground. Do the 12 unit corner. Back up. That's the underground bit all good. No, it's not. The speed limit will have changed, won't it? Because I think I increased it. So we'll need to sort that out as well. Grab that node. Move it down. So this one, wasn't it? I'm going to take what I had 30 on. Through the corner. And set that position back, not that one. Uh, 30, so 58 must have been. There we go. And that's okay, it's just touching the tarmac on that one, but we'll survive. Speed limits, before I forget. So that corner that we redo and the underground section need to be pushed back up to 100, and then the same on the other one because I didn't do it there. And they'll be how they should be. Good. They're ready to connect in when it's time. Yes, this one to the north is a bit of an issue. Especially as the traffic's flying along, it can't really fiddle with it. Might have to just pause and do it. So I could do the whole lot, I guess. Which way should they be going? Left one should be heading south. There we go. Good. What I didn't think about is moving this over to the left is going to put that junction closer to this one. So if that one's closer, we might have some traffic problems there as well. May need to address how we are accessing the industrial sector from the north here. Yeah, it's going to be awkward. I don't really see any alternative option. Bad traffic coming into town or bad traffic in the industrial, not sure. At this point I don't really want to not move it. I just have to design some different kind of... I mean, we need something different anyway. Yeah. Or it has to be accessed from the south. That's not great. Can't think of any better junction design we could use there. Yeah, I don't know. Put this in place anyway and then deal with that problem later, I guess. Okay, so let's pause and get everything done. Starting down here. This on the road out. This hill needs levelling off. Then rejoin those roads, which smooth corner. How far are we talking? It's 33 units. It doesn't need to be that big. Just maybe there's nothing else we could copy. No. Let's come down a ways. Let's come down 10. Then that's 23 and that's 26. So bring this over 3 units to the left. Then do a only 3 unit corner. Putting these 6 units on the outside, that's not right. Interesting, that's where it's putting the snap point. Those roads then run too close together, so that's not right. Okay, it's the next snap point, that looks more like it. Unless it's... the distance between the roads is a little bit off because of the height. Yeah, that is... no, that's a unit off, at least a unit off. Kind of want 27 unit, but it won't snap to it. Oh, there we go. But that's, yeah, it goes too close in the middle. This doesn't look even. But it did snap to it, so it's 27 to 29. Let's bring that back to 20. Snap to 27. Rules are frustrating sometimes. Let's just put it there and join it up. It's not perfect, but it's close enough. The gap around the corner looks better like that. And all these flying trucks are going to have to come down soon. Okay, so that's joined to that. Let's join this on. Just want a smooth curve really between those 2 points. Do the corner tool with it. Yeah, if we end on a line like that. Going to snap on that side. It's better. Yep, turn that round. Joins at this end are good, and the joins here are okay. Those bends aren't going to slow anyone down, so that's an okay join. We can tidy up later if I want to. Okay, so let's tear out the rest of this junction. Then, yeah, I want to flatten this hill out a bit. It's just a bit severe. So let's flatten this down. Flatten is, yeah, right click there and then maybe a bit higher. Right click there. Let's flatten to that level. Smooth it out a little maybe. That'll do. Let's get the road down. Good. That's connected up at the south end. Take this junction away. Join those roads up. Ooh, that's 179.6 degrees. Not perfect. Close enough, I'm sure. Good. Okay. I feel like I'm missing something there, but no, it looks fine. It's good. It gives us all this extra distance for the people to sort themselves out when they're coming into town. We may have gone too far to the left, but I guess we could have measured it before I started. No big deal. Let's keep moving northward. Take this junction out. Those roads up as well. Good. We mustn't forget to connect those sides up as well. Thought of that. Let's take this junction out and then import another one to line them up. Okay. Let's import it. Underground bit. Oops. There we go. Take a look at what we got. really bad like that, actually. I think we'll just click it in. Join the edges. Add 79 degrees. That join's a bit ugly, but the uneven floor makes it look fine, really. It's fine. That distance between those two is definitely not enough, but it's okay. Yeah, it's not as bad as I was expecting it to be, so we can perhaps work around that somehow. Really not sure what to do there. I mean, maybe we do nothing there and move on to a new city before we have to worry about that junction. So these joining points need rejoining. That's one. Do I want to delete? No, wrong one. Oops. Connect them up and then I'll go copy. Actually, it's already copied, isn't it? It's the last one we did, so I can just paste into there. Needs rotating. Yeah. Paste into there as well. There we go. Good, good, good. The underground bit. What's the bitting we can't? Place that corner in. Yep. Okay. Following the same pattern we did last time. Will be okay. Hopefully we're not too close to the river for it. Looks okay. Yeah, that's fine. Close, but plenty of space for the tunnel. So we need to move that node out of the way. Should be the Y this time. Go to 6.1. We're going to add 30 after. This corner in. Then move that node back to 591. Yep. Lines up the same as the other one, that's okay. Don't forget to change the speed limit back underground and on that corner. Good. So that's that junction done. Great. So that junction's good. That road is good with the junctions that head into town. Having more space to flow nicer now. This end is fine. Good. So we can unpause safely, I think. Okay, and then yeah, we want to join these together somehow, so nothing complicated, some bridges. That's about all. So this will come over this side of the river. Bridge to be as high up the banks as it will go, so like that. Just want to get the right distance. So that was 74, so 6 more units forward. And then a corner. Let's make it 20 on the inside. It's a nice big curvy one. And yeah, 24 on the outside. Good. Get that aside so they're driving the right way. I'll remove that little bits because we're not keeping that. And then this will send it up a ways and we'll join it to the other one at the top. Somehow. Problem with that is we're going to put the corner over the river. Sure you can even do that. An actual one corner. You can. A bit far down the banks, but it's okay. They're full at the moment, I think. Recent rain, so that's I mean that's a 40 unit corner. I'm kind of happy with that. I'm going to do that. Although I've joined wrong side of the road together. Them up. Move that old bit we don't want anymore. I want the inside route to be the 40, so where does that line up? Perfectly. Really? Unit corner and then a straight line. Yeah, perfect. Lucky. So should this be a 44 unit outside? Yes. Looks spot on. Good. Good, good, good. These aren't quite level, but close enough. So I don't know why anyone would, but they can now loop between the different parts of the city on the big outside road. Why not? And all the other roads are good. These junctions. Some traffic in a while and see if they take them good, and before trying to tackle what we might do with this junction that's the big mess at the moment. Everything else looks good. I think just need to take another break before we engage with what comes next. So we'll leave this running and let people get used to their new roads, and I'll just do another 2-3 minute wander around, keep the legs awake, all those healthy things. And yeah, when we're back, we'll keep looking at traffic for another couple of hours before we're into stream. So yeah, a couple of minutes, and I'll see you then. Hello, hello, I am back. Legs are definitely starting to suffer today. Don't know why today more than anyone else, any other day, but can feel them getting sleepy. And I'm running out of candies for my throat again as well. Just constantly eating them all day long. Might need to get some like some syrup or something maybe. Might work better, don't know. Or hopefully just fight this cold off for good and feel better soon. Okay. So let's have a look at some traffic. Slow down to normal speed. It's interesting. On one node before the junction, they're picking a lane. No, there is a bit of random. That is good. That must be the mod at work. It's not at a specific point. They are kind of moving lanes beforehand. But some of them at the last minute. Very realistic. There's some of them, they go through, yeah, they're not using the inside lane. That's perfect. These guys come shooting out the other end. And they can just carry on. One thing I didn't check, did the copy-paste copy the lane connections? Yeah, it did. Awesome. And the restrictions and the speed, yeah, all good. Very helpful tool. It's great, so they come running out and then they can change lane again whenever they want. Like, yeah, cool. Appears to be working like it's supposed to. Well, that was very cool. The police car that's on call pulled in at the last minute ahead of everyone. And they moved out of the way. Yeah, that's cool. Traffic is fun to watch. Very happy with the progress today we've done designing these intersections and stuff and the way they look. That's, yeah, we wanted to watch what happens here. Guys heading left look a bit silly. The guys heading right from the middle lane look actually like they pull at the right time. Yeah. The ones going left don't, they go over the chevrons. I mean, we can fill in more. We can go all the way back to here with chevrons and force them out of the lane earlier. I don't think it really makes a difference to the... We want to force them out of the lane some distance before the chevron so they're not driving over it. I mean, or they can just drive over it. It's kind of realistic. Where's the last? So the last option's back here. We could force them out of that lane. Let's have a look at how that looks. So the middle lane can switch either way, and then we'll forbid all traffic on the middle lane. Yeah, it just means that at that point where that node is, the people move. But I don't think I prefer that. Really, I wanted them to move just before the chevron markings on the road, which isn't an option. No. Yeah, let's remove those little fiddly bits and let them do what they were doing. Only looks a little silly, not too bad. Very cool. Okay. And there's people driving around the outside for whatever reason. What's this guy up to? He's going to work? No. He's going home. He lives here and he works here. Why is he driving out there? Don't know. Because he wants to, I suppose. Could be like tourist related, going to visit something. I don't think we've got anything worth visiting, but there we go. People can drive if they want, I just prefer they didn't use the roads up. How troublesome. So this is the one where I thought traffic lights would help us. Traffic lights are sending pedestrians and people at the same time. Let's try timed lights instead. It's weird, they say they go the quickest. Yeah, so it wasn't like he was driving from home to work, because they wouldn't have taken that route, so he must have been doing something else. So this traffic light methodology allows them all to go, but it allows these people to walk, so that's not a good methodology. Let's try the alternate one. Go to work and home. Home to store. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. But yeah, they won't do like A to B to C. They'll do A to B and then B to C. So it's always work to home, home to store. So he could have been going to a shop. Like he particularly wants to go to a shop that's here in Pleasant Hills, even though he lives and works in Ivy Heights. It's fine, just, don't know, be easier to go by train. It's free. So these guys, everyone's allowed to do the corners, and everyone's allowed to go straight, but they can still cross over with the pedestrians. Those guys can go right. No pedestrians are moving. Right, still mostly believe no traffic lights is the best option. No traffic lights there. You just kind of have to run some people over to get where you're going. Oh, I see, yes. Yeah. He was buying something big and needed his car to take it home, yep. Yeah. Could be. He's come down here to buy... well, I don't know. Something from the mega shopping centre or the boutique galore. A variety of naming is the Giga Store. Our income's kind of dropped a bit. I don't think I was that clever. Yeah. It must have some kind of random element of driving some places, visiting some things. Don't know. So I'm not particularly eager to sort out this junction. It doesn't particularly interest me, so I think I'm just going to leave it, or to develop the industry at all, really. Ooh, what with your workers? Got no real expansion left to do in this city. Like, I had a layout idea, which is how it is now, and we've filled it in completely. We've learnt a lot, for sure, about the game, about traffic, designing junctions. Our rail line was really interesting, actually. Our little underground people walkways are really popular, so that was really cool. I want to have a look at unique buildings. That's something we've not really looked at. How's the traffic flow? That's a good question. 83% still. Hasn't changed. We've got generally good flow. There's a problem at the top there. We'll look at that in a minute. There's a bad traffic problem here, and we own just a little bit of that, so I guess we'll get blamed for that, even though we can't change it. This is a busy road, but it's flowing free. There's no reason why it wouldn't flow free as well. Just busy, I guess. I did kind of want to look at doing something here. I'll come to that thought in a second, actually. I am interested. Yeah, that's, even if it's red, even if it's like high traffic, it's still moving at the moment, apart from here. This one section is currently being artificially improved. We should allow people to take the journey how they should, which could cause a bigger issue here. Because of this crossover, there's nothing to be done for, I don't think. It's pulling from the outside lane of the artery into the inside lane of the ring road, which I don't know. I think the best solution would be to pull off here, go underground, and meet back up over this side, just to avoid crossing people over at this particular point. And it is the distance from this node to this node that's the issue. That's why we extended these roads. They'll flow much better like that. So it's just, yeah, I built the top of our industrial zone too close to the artery road. There they are, backing up. I just don't really have an answer to that. One thing I wanted to look at was down here. I wanted to look at a way of improving them coming off at this junction, but it looks like they're actually flowing quite freely. I mean, this, of course, this is the old design, so they've got the 3-lane roads, not the new design with the single-lane roads, which we could flick this over to be single-lane roads instead, but there's not much to be gained in my personal experience from doing that. Change the setting here, then yeah, we'd kind of have, we could force people joining who are then coming off have their own dedicated lane on the inside. People coming round that are coming off go from the second lane and off, and then people continuing round in the third lane. So there's perhaps some fiddling to be done there, but it turns out the traffic has reduced since I last looked at it, so it doesn't look like they've really got a problem there anymore. How's our trains looking? Guess we're looking at the wrong time of day because there's no one wandering around. Is there a transport? Yeah. stations are really busy. There's even more people than we can possibly provide trains for. I mean, this... Oh, so we got to get going. Yeah, no problem. Of course, it's getting late. Am I streaming like normal? Not exactly like normal. There's a few days I can't do, like Christmas Day itself, for example. I'm with family, so I can't stream. But I'm streaming almost every day. So I've put it on the schedule page of Twitch here. You can see ones I've cancelled because I can't make them. But I'm going to do from 2 PM GMT every day that I can. I'm missing this Friday and Sunday, but I'm going to do Monday to cover off, so I'm going to do an extra one. I wouldn't normally do Mondays, but next Monday I'm going to do an extra stream. And then next Wednesday I can't do, so it's just Friday, Sunday, Wednesday that I can't do. I'll be on every other day, doing bits and pieces. But yeah, absolutely. If you don't see you before then hope you have a nice holiday weekend and whatever you're up to. Yeah, I hope it's a good one, and have a nice rest of the night tonight as well. Stay well. See you soon. Train. Got 5 trains. One of them's almost empty and all the stops are fine, so this can drop to 4. They'll be able to handle everything. Great time, good. Glad to hear it. Glad you have fun. It's Pleasant CW, so CCW is also fun. I'm not going to cut that to 1 train. It probably could survive with 1 train, but I'm not going to cut that. IVCW is the same, no problems. IV counterclockwise is well served with an empty train, so we'll cut that down to 4 as well. Evergreen clockwise is got a problem. That needs another train. And even that's probably not enough. That's the maximum we can get on the line, so. CCW, what about Evergreen? That's got 5 trains as well. That's got 5 trains already. Yeah. So the middle of the residential is more busier than everywhere else. Interesting. Got maximum number of trains on the line, so I mean, maybe we could put in an extra route that just does half of a square with some extra trains on it. About the shuttles. All of the trains are parked in the same spot before that junction. And people are building up at the one before. Why aren't those trains moving? Have I done something wrong? The other one, the counterclockwise, similar issue. Tons of people there who want to travel. But the trains are not moving. Uh-oh. Problem between the stations, but the route's fine. I assume it's been working so far. I don't know for sure, but I assume it has. I suppose this does say 0 passengers. So is there something wrong with it? in length, 9 kilometres, no weekly passengers, no car trips saved. Metro line. Numbers just keep going up. Trains are not moving. Can I cut the trains to wake them up? Speed time up as well, see if it's... Something might be wrong here. Take it back up to, well, more trains. Let's go for 12. Those trains are moving. Have people on them. Then they stop. Oh, you can see them. Okay, they're highlighted in green. They're just waiting to come in, I guess. 4 trains there waiting to come into the station. Why? Oh, there's like a pink train there as well. Have they... have they like crashed? Oh, that's... So is the green train supposed to be on the green line? Because it's not. And shouldn't be, because it would be... It's travelling clockwise around this loop, it wouldn't be able to leave there. Not sure, but get the feeling these 2 routes are broken because they're saying 0 and that's holding the others up. So let's remove Evergreen's routes. Train is still there. So returning to station, can I... What's causing the issue? That one's boarding, it is moving. Okay. I deleted one and now they're all moving. Confused. Aha. Maybe the source of the problem, if the trains are confused. I reckon this is a traffic management issue. We should filter this spawning vehicle types, allow passenger trains. Is that what metro is? Not sure. Let's tram, trolley, bus, train, cargo train. Let's allow them to despawn. And hopefully that solves whatever problem that was, but we do need to re-implement 2 lines in Evergreen Heights, clockwise and counterclockwise, so let's put them in. Clockwise, and here comes the counterclockwise. You know, we were thinking before that we might need buses in this area, but I guess if it was just trains being silly, then we don't need to worry about that. Colours, so one could stay green, one needs to be blue, dark blue. So this one is evergreen clockwise, blue is evergreen counterclockwise. Good. Yes. It's now got passenger numbers, that seems healthy. That shuttle, actually, the other one I increased the number of people. Shall we? I think we should do the same here. Let's make this 12 as well. buses carrying 100 people a week. Most people walking to work, I guess. There's not a lot of car traffic coming into the industrial area. There's a lot of failed businesses actually, so that's... we may have over-zoned it. And there's no real scope to expand our residential commercial. All we could do if we wanted to is fill the edges in. What we can remove those power lines now, can't we? Because we've got the buildings covering them. It's just a temporary thing. So yeah, we could put more residential on the edges, yeah, some commercial wherever. Not going to get us much further than the 40,000 we've got at the moment. It's crazy to think if you need... actually, yeah, that's not too bad. You'd get another square in 8,000, which I think you could do with the space that we've unlocked. It's just not... it's just the way that we built it is the way we've built it. Interesting. Yeah, I can't see. I mean, we can add some more, but then say we get to 48,000 by filling in the edges, we'll buy another square. It won't unlock space to put another city grid in, so kind of the grid layout is at its logical end, and I think we've kind of explored everything there is to do with it, which is good. I've learned what I wanted to when I set out starting this, streaming this game, so it's been a big success. It's just a question of what next. It's is on my mind, so it's between streams I'll find out. See if there's any further content I want to do in the game, or if it's time to move on to something else for a while. Can always come back, I suppose. Maybe see how cheap the DLC are in the sales. It's starting in a couple of days, so don't need to decide immediately. Let's see, why don't we fill in a little space with some more houses and see how it goes. Gotta line them up on the edges here where the other ones already are. Maybe fit a commercial building in between them all. There, line up with the colour, yeah. Check we've got enough services to cover it all. We'll fit down the bottom here as well, I guess. Like that. Not there and there. Yeah, and then commercial in those spaces, like one building, but something. Never did put offices anywhere either, but if we're short of workers we can't really do so now. It's all fine, don't want to put anything up the top here because of traffic, so... And this corner has freed up a lot. Still obviously a little issue there, but I think just leaving it without traffic lights was the right option. To keep the traffic flowing. There we go, no more demand for residential, so that some development to be had there. Definitely do things differently if we redesign stuff. But I think that's yeah, there is perhaps something to be said with starting a new city around now, taking what's being learned and laying things out differently. I'd like to do one where we put these kind of junctions through the middle of the city's areas. Something like that. Any excuse we can find to redo things pretty like we did with these. Although, to replace a bit of road here. What's going on there? And post in the middle of the road. Missing some hash marks on these. Fixed. Just check the traffic isn't banned on them, so let's do that. Wonder why that one broke. Must have had to rebuild part of it for some reason. Can't remember now. This one's okay. Ooh, look at that traffic. Knew it would be a problem. Do I don't. Well, we could cut this all out and stick another one of the new designed layouts in, but we should probably do that. Let's see what a difference that can make. So there's a better design. It'll take some fiddling because we're so close to the river here, so. Fit perfect. Bad. Getting like that. Those are going to need, yeah, pulling back just a little bit to prevent weird kinks. That is a weird kink. Try in freeform or try with a corner. Yeah, that's alright. That's all good. And this side as well. They can join straight. Not too bad. Bridge isn't. It's okay. I think it might have done something to the ground level when it plopped it in, so could be okay. We're going to need to redo this like we did on all of them. So 12 unit corner. Back up again. There we go. Then that node just needs moving out of our way. This way around I think it's the X, so let's 50? No, I've got that wrong. It's the Y. It's going to 57. Remember to add 30 back on after. Corner in. Back on. There we go. That needs its speed increasing. Otherwise should look good. This join, yeah, of course. Gonna have to redo that. Line-up isn't perfect. Let's realign those nodes just in case. No, I'm crazy. They were lined up fine. Copy the design from here. Paste it in. Good. And yeah, that should be fine. All the lane assignments are right. There's no lane assignments down here. Okay. Because of the accidentally destroying it, I guess we should check the others because some of them got accidentally destroyed as well. This one did, yeah. Yep. Just that side, but the other one's okay. This road, yeah. Can't remember what that's supposed to look like. Straight, okay. These ones, yep. They didn't get damaged, okay, good. We can unpause. That junction should function. So at least going to improve part of the picture. We still have the problem with the people needing to change lanes. That seems generally improved. Everyone coming out of the junction is who is cross purposes is going into the same lane. Actually might have just not necessarily solved the problem, but removed the severity from it. Just by the improvement to the general design we did. Bit of a backlog to clear through still. Yeah, that distance between those two youngsters isn't great. I mean, this is really short, but this is still close and is causing problems. Which, again, my conclusion from this city is you just got to build these further apart. The way that you pull highways around, get traffic off them is kind of important. Distance from where you pull it off into what you're doing with that traffic, which we didn't leave at the top here. It looks like we could have, based on like the ratio of demand from residential to industrial. We've got more space for industrial than we needed. But that was just based on the size of the patch of oil that was on the ground, not anything else. So it wasn't like we planned it much. Do have a lot of wasted space in the city, like between. Could probably fit 3 more blocks like that in that gap in the middle. And all these highways, I imagine, are unnecessary. Is how I've kind of see it. Is buses and metros running through. Like if we did the entire map in a grid like this, with well-placed buses and metros and perhaps pedestrian tunnels, it would be fine. We wouldn't need to pull the traffic out onto highways other than to leave the map. I mean, from outside the map, I suppose. Could revisit the idea of damming the river for the hydro. Didn't go well the first time we tried, but something funny is happening with the river at the moment. Surges come down. Bit weird, don't know. Haven't paid much attention to it. The traffic doesn't look bad. Doesn't look good either, but still. Yeah, it's just not wide enough for the AI to do its thinking. A lot of them are just trying to pull over right at the start of the possible point they can get into that lane, which is where people are joining and they shouldn't. Can't picture a different junction for that space that would do better. I guess we would kind of want to, these roads in the middle, we'd want to split them apart and then pull off side roads, both sides of them. They end up going like the same way, so you have two roads that go under and join the far road. One that you access from that side and one from this side. I don't know, it's complicated. Yeah, I can't quite picture it. You can vaguely work out what you need to do. But only vaguely. Traffic in the south seems fine. Could be the solution to the traffic problem in the north is to remove that junction entirely and force it to the south. Make the journeys a lot longer. I don't think we really care about that. Not sure that makes a difference to us as the mayor. Yeah, I don't know. The gaps due to zoning too much industry is probably helping traffic as well. So those extra houses are still levelling up. How are like service provisions? Power's 100 megawatts positive. Is there anything we haven't unlocked the nuclear plant? Doesn't really matter. Water's well covered. Oh, our incineration is not good. Let's add another one. Just over a safe amount. Okay, seems good. 80% health. Only 2% child health. 79% elder health, so that's not best. Coverage isn't quite reaching the bottom of the sectors. It's interesting. Better layout of services is perhaps. I should have looked at how we can juggle them around a bit. Well, not terribly important, but still interesting. Fire safety. Looks good. Obviously all those extra trees we plopped down were add to the risk. Seems well covered just by a few little stations here and there. It's not much. Likewise with the police. Education. Yeah, university capacity is well over. We could remove one of the universities. That might help with... Oh, that might make traffic worse, actually, thinking about it. If they have to go further to get to university, could be a bad thing. Entry school availability is good, but the coverage, very short coverage on the building. Don't know, it's like things would fit with a not quite so rigid grid structure. Could have made things a little bit different, maybe. Maybe. My school's kind of the same. Then yeah, public libraries were. God, we got 3 of them, so you fit 100 in each. Yeah, 100 visitors in each. It's not a lot. Usage is low. Coverage is low. You need a lot of them for coverage. No, seems a bit odd. A bit off, maybe. How are our trains doing? They're actually carrying people now, that's a good sign. Yeah, the waiting number is still quite big, but 12 trains is obviously more than enough. That's good. Park coverage isn't bad over the city. Few spots in the middle that don't quite get covered by them. Then yeah, if we juggle these services around, we could probably fit a park in the middle there quite easily. That blue is like really high value, I guess. Yeah, high entertainment. Okay. About land value, have we got that one? Yeah. Green is highest, yeah, so there's pockets where all the parks overlap that are very high. They're not so high right at the edges, the fringes. Seems pretty good. Yeah, tourism. Just the parks, okay, and some commercial buildings. And the university? No, the library, okay. That's like a tourist building as well, okay. Be what people are driving around to see, yeah. West wealth, mostly low. That seems like a normal ratio you'd expect anywhere. We get 400 tourists a week. The city is 16% attractive. Okay, that's not very good. No buildings that help with that. That could explain why. So what, I guess it's mostly DLC stuff then. I don't know if we've got any like unique buildings that would provide tourist visits. The winter market sounds like it would. We do with that, like cleared space in the middle of one of the sectors, but then that's pretty far from the metro station, so it doesn't seem like a good place for it. football stadium, of course. Haven't unlocked much. Then again, we're not built that big, I suppose, compared to the space that's available. Statue of Wealth. I don't know, can we find a spot? Yeah, if it's there, let's down a Statue of Wealth and see what it does. Yeah, the things you unlock by intentionally doing badly, or unintentionally, I guess, some of them. That kind of, yeah, see that one says it's requirement for the fusion power plant, so that's, I guess, the interesting part of the unique buildings is lopping down the different elements to get there. Large office for public transport companies, so does it behave like the other office buildings, the ones you zone? This bit don't understand most, I suppose, is this unique buildings. So I guess, yeah, I guess it's all like tourist stuff. Gives you money, I suppose, but money isn't really... I haven't felt like money is really a problem. Balance the city's requests, demand levels. Your income stays positive, and then you just run time and you get money. Not sure what tourism really brings. I mean, more money, I guess, but traffic is a problem. I guess you can connect what we've not expanded towards of the somewhere where we could run boats and the rail line, like the one over there. Expanded eastward instead of westward, and we might have connected to that and had, you know, like a passenger station for tourists to come in on, and then connect that, I guess, to a metro network or something to go to the places to visit. Haven't worked on that in this city at all. Interesting. Explore the other maps that are available, see if there's one where you start closer to the rail and we can investigate rail. So most of them are courthouse. If a crime rate goes high, we unlock a courthouse and we can build it. It handles legal business. Creates noise pollution, so you don't want it too close to houses, but creates entertainment, so you want it kind of close. Uses water and electricity. So is it just visitors then, I suppose? It handles legal business. I don't know what impact that has on the game. I'm assuming nothing. It's just law, and it's the 300 visitors that matter. Visitors somehow generate income, I suppose. And the item has a upkeep as well. I mean, the shopping centres I can kind of understand. I could see the value of perhaps having like a passenger rail station, a train station, and then surrounding it with malls for people to come and buy stuff at. It's roadside. Okay, that's interesting. So you, yeah, of course, the road is then the travel onwards. Don't know. Cargo trains. Would that like reduce truck traffic? Perhaps? We had a cargo train that ran along here, and therefore industries could get what they wanted without trucks, so that seems like it'd be pretty cool if we could have done that. Rex, don't know, it's not immediately clear what the benefits of anything is. harbour is also a in the same vein, I guess, as the rail, but I'm not sure if the river's good enough. That's okay. That's the for this map. That's where boats arrive off map. So if they can go up river, that looks like you shouldn't be able to drive a boat up it, but let's say you can. No, it says you can't connect to the route. It would need to be quite far down here. We could put it in. Which one? Cargo Harbour doesn't seem worth putting this close to the edge of the world, because you might as well have the traffic, especially where we've had it. So we put a normal harbour in. Then connect the road. I don't want to put a full one of our junctions in at this point. Let's just have a 6-lane road that come up here and then join. Well, there's a water coverage, just interesting consider it's on the waterfront. There we go, assume power as well. That's, yeah, our mod is doing that through the roads. No. Oh, good, and it's covered. Passengers come and go outside the city by ship. We put a bus route in. People on the harbour to that statue we put in. Where's that? There. And then back to the harbour. Go. Recolour that, make it a bit more obvious. Seen any boats come recently, but okay, let's keep looking at. Look, the Opera House. That's pretty big. Again, it's not like our people have been unhappy about the entertainment we've got from a few parks. So is building an opera house really necessary? Like, I don't know. It's expensive. Does it generate enough to balance that? How many visitors do you need before it balances it? Place it out here so the noise doesn't upset anyone, but happiness doesn't benefit anyone then either. Yeah, I'm struggling to see the value of building. I can see the interest. It's interesting to have these unique buildings that you can drop down. But, I don't know. Maybe it's part of that kind of free and sandbox building a city thing. Like, we can put our expo centre down here by the harbour and have an expo centre like cities do, I guess. Not any visitors yet. There's a passenger on the bus that comes this way though. Oh, there we go. 3 people. Oh, maybe they're people coming out of the city to leave by boat. Here comes a boat. 100 passengers on it. See what they get up to. Brought in a car with them. Come from the harbour to go to the Giga store. There's another boat at the same time. Okay. Yeah, and a whole bunch of people are coming and visiting the expo centre, which is causing traffic problems, of course, that's predictable. 33 tourists. See in the budget. Income in general and expenses. Income from residential, commercial, industrial, office. Income from public transportation, which we get for free, so it's interesting how much we're losing there. Tourism, there we go, okay. The tourists coming to visit our commercial zones are generating like 570 dollars, whatever they're called, per week, I guess. Suddenly we're making 500 from public transportation as well, and growing. So that's kind of a significant amount of money, or not an insignificant amount, to be making like approaching 1,000 just from providing a boat and a harbour and a bus route. I mean, yeah, the harbour costs more than that, but I'm guessing over time that'll grow. It'll be more. We're only, so it's 28 people, and that might be related to our. Oh, I can't remember where that was. Our attractiveness as a city. Tourism attractiveness, yeah. So yeah, the Opera House is very attractive. The statue is. It doesn't appear to be affecting anything around it. It's not like giving stuff a boost of attractiveness. So is it just down to 22% with just 2 items? You need to plop down enough interesting buildings to draw people in. Connect them with public transport so that they pay money for that. Guess we made less. Don't know. It's kind of more interesting than I thought it would be. You could build a tourist-focused city, I guess. We've overdeveloped our industry. We could have developed more offices and tourism. Maybe we'll do that in a new city. Maybe we'll have a new one. It's obviously like an early game where you have to do industry in order to unlock things and progress. Once you've got university and office zones, you could refactor the city into something focused on public transport and tourism and offices. Kind of interesting. Perhaps. I'll put it on my list of things to consider. Is that it from the game then? There's monuments when you reach the 90,000, which we're not going to do with this city, I'm sure. So yeah, I don't know what they are, what they do, but it says monuments. Accomplishments that make your city stand apart from others. Interesting. I wonder if it was worth playing the game more to try and find out what they are. these just mod-related things, aren't they, that I've added in. Interesting then. I think I have come to the conclusion that we're finished with this grid city. There's only really this junction to sort out, and it doesn't really interest me. So I am still interested in the game, obviously, as I'm still curious about all these things we've just been poking around at for the past 20 minutes, trying to work out what it all does. So I would like to start a new city next time we play, and explore those other bits and pieces, lay the road out a bit differently. So I'll spend some time thinking about how, like, a big picture, what I want to design, because this has been a good run, a good city, to like prove I can survive more than the first hour, and then like play around building intersections and junctions and stuff like that with all those mods that we've been playing with today, especially with the way they look, the way they behave. That's been really fun. So I'd like to keep playing the game and learning more fun things. We will continue, but I think this is it for tonight. There's no point in starting something new now, and no point in just staring at this city watching it do nothing. So let's put in one last save for Grid City. Keep it safe in the cloud that time, so I've got that just in case we want to come back to it for any reason. Might be things here we want to kind of copy paste, so we could be coming back to it. And then yeah, that'll let's wrap up for tonight. We're a little early, I suppose, but as I've said, I'm aiming for 10 o'clock each night, but I'm not necessarily expecting to do full 8 hours every single time I stream. We'll just get close until we reach that natural stopping point, which I think is now for tonight. Great stream today. Really enjoyed everything I've been fiddling and playing with, so I hope you've enjoyed watching along. If you're catching this or any of it live, or you catch it later on recording, thank you very much for watching. Really do appreciate that. If you're enjoying, then come along, come join us on the channel here on Twitch. Click the follow button so you can see when we're live, and come join in. You're very welcome. I will be back streaming tomorrow, 2 PM GMT again, to play more Anno 1800. Continue that, and we will return to City Skylines with a new plan, a new city, next Tuesday. We would normally do Fridays, but I can't do this Friday, so next Tuesday, 2 PM GMT, we will be back for more City Skylines. Hope you'll be able to join me. That, I think, will do me for tonight. Can't see anything. See, is there anyone to raid? I don't think so at the moment. So I'll probably just call it a night there. Yeah, no one here to take around. That's fine. That's fine. So yeah, one last thank you very much. Hope you enjoy your time and hope to see you again soon. Good night.